Alrighty. Alright, we're back. We're on the cattle farm. So, originally, when I went to get this going again, I was going to do this a different way. But I realized I can't currently with the way the game is. It's so frustrating. Unfortunately. Yeah. So today's mission is to make this farm work on its own or make it self-sufficient. So we got a couple of things in place the last time we was on here. So let's review. I know we got a bunch of new equipment. Like this is new, that's new, that's new, that's new. That harvester and that's new. The truck and trailer is new. That's been on the farm for a while. What else is new? Oh yeah, this little tractor, the soil tester. This has been on the farm for a minute. That's been on the farm since it started. That's Grandpa's truck. I'm not going to get rid of it. It's been here since it started. And yeah, I'm going to keep it for that reason. To remind myself as to where, we started basically with nothing but a bunch of land and, some somewhat basic equipment. Now we got these big boys. Okay, so again, the mission today is to make this farm run on its own or make it self-sufficient. Last time I was on here, I got tired and I wasn't able to complete that mission. And, I mean, we got wheat. Wheat's growing. So, eventually we're going to have straw. We have a way to make hay or silage. We don't have a way to make hay yet. That's what I need to figure out. I need a hayfield. But I did get some new equipment. Oh yeah, that's what these things are over here. I completely forgot about that. These are dryers. So I don't have to use headers or none of that. I just gotta cut the shit and dump it into the dryers. Which is perfect because I got really annoyed by having to do things the manual way and I'm just like, nope. I'd rather run it through production. It's much faster and I can get a lot more done that way. Also, why is it still raining? For the love of God, it's so annoying. I can't really do anything about that. What's up, man? Dream is fine. Okay. I need to pull up my chat over here on the app because I have to pull this up over here just so I can see it on my YouTube studio. Give me a minute. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Give me a minute. I'm trying to get some stuff loaded up on my end. Thanks for stopping by, though, man. I appreciate it. So, I wanted to originally do a slaughterhouse, and I did some Googling and some researching, and apparently I can't do that. Because I'm playing on the vanilla edition, and it's so dumb. It's honestly dumb. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It is so stupid. But that's what I got. That's what I'm up against. Okay, so if we're gonna make this farm self-efficient or self-sufficient, we have a couple of things that we need to do. One of those things is I need to get around to maybe clearing out some more trees. I need to figure out exactly where my property line is, and I think I need to clear out more trees. The reason I'm saying I probably need to clear out more trees is you see all this land right here? With all these trees and all this forest. We even have a lot over here too that we could possibly use. We need to get more fields. Alright, why do we need more fields? I'll explain. Okay. So, with this operation, this grass field in the past was enough to make us a lot of money. I mean, we made over $1 million. Matter of fact, let's go back and see if we can check that. Because I believe at some point it should show it. Miscellaneous, that was weird. Okay, well, I guess it's not going to show now because it probably happened in the past. yeah, this month I spent a lot of money on livestock and construction because we kind of need livestock to run a cattle ranch. I plan on doing more than just cattle at some point, but for now we're going to focus on cattle. So the main focus is we need to get this running, make it self-sufficient and self-reliant. So first thing we're going to do, since the grass is ready, is we're going to grab this here tractor and then we're going to get started. So go pick up, turn it on. Alright, we're just going to drive. We need to get another tractor for this. This thing has been a reliable steed though. Kind of hurts me to get rid of it. Yeah, I kind of put the little cheat code thing on this because this took way too long in the past and I don't have patience. I don't have the most patience in the world. I'm trying to do this on a somewhat large scale, but not so large of a scale that it's going to take up a crap ton of time. And I think one thing I'm going to do when this is done and over with is I think I'm going to grab a plow or something at some point if I can. And I'm going to probably going to go ahead and start expanding this field. Because it's been good for us, from now. But it's kind of at a point where, like, we need more grassland, you know what I mean? Like, this little field's not going to sustain this entire farm having to do hay and silage at the same time. It worked fine for silage alone because all we had to do was just cut it to get silage, because that was our income. That's how we made our money. That's how we sustained the farm, and it did an excellent job at that. I'm not denying that, but going forward we gotta ramp this scale way up. So I've got some figuring out to do. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to get this grass collected. I'll probably run around the farm and get some more collected or something like that. Or we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. Alright, let's go ahead and just keep on cutting. Because we're almost done with the grass field. And this thing actually does yield quite a bit of grass, which is nice, because, well, it takes a lot of silage and a lot of grass to run a farm, and it's, in order for us to do this and do this efficiently, we kind of need as much grass as we can get, because we need to make hay, which I could just do with a tedder and this, that, yada yada yada. I'm not gonna do it that way because, again, I don't have patience, and for the sake of entertainment and the sake of time, I'm just not gonna do it that way. Alright, so I suppose the first thing I'll do for now, because we need to balance this out a little bit, is, I know this is only going to take about 50,000 liters. Somewhere around there, I believe it's 50,000 liters. Let me double check. Yeah, no, it's 100,000. Okay, alright. Stop. So we're going to put, like, okay, that's 62,000, but I'm going to go ahead and turn this one on. And we're going to let that start producing hay. The rest of this we're going to dump into the silage pit. because we're going to need that silage later. We need to make TMR, and that's what that building over there is for, a mixer. Again, I forgot about that building. I forgot I built that. But TMR is one of the things that we need to keep this farm going. So that's done. Alright, we'll let the rest of that dump into the factory. I'm going to go ahead and turn it on. So, grass silage. We'll let that start running, and that'll get producing. So we got hay producing, we got silage producing. The only thing we don't have right now is straw, and the only reason we don't have that is simply because our wheat field is not ready. Once this grows, we will have straw, and then we'll be able to take those ingredients from those two things, which I do have another one, just in case, because future expansion plans, I think ahead. Yeah. Yep. So this right here, it takes 400 hay, 800 silage, and 200 straw to make 1,400 or 1,400 liters of totally mixed ration, or total mixed ration. So we're going to need the straw for that, obviously. We're going to need the hay, which we have grass, and I have that thing producing hay, that's producing silage. We just need the straw, and I need to go check on the cattle. Matter of fact, let's go get in Grandpa's truck and go see what's going on. Then when I get back, I need to tend to this field and make sure it's okay. But let's go see what's going on over here. Because the last time I was on here, I bought some stuff to fill it up because I didn't have any. So that's kind of a problem going forward. Not really a problem in the sense of, oh, I got to spend money to keep the farm running, but it's a problem of, if I'm going to expand the farm, I need to make sure the farm can, you know, rely on itself and take care of itself. I don't need the farm not being self-reliant, so I have some work I need to do. We're going to stop here. We're going to see how these guys are doing. How are we doing? Okay, it looks like they're doing pretty good on milk and straw. Health 10%. Yeah, they're doing alright. I don't have to worry about them for a little bit, at least. And that is a tick. Nasty motherfucker. Yeah, I ain't gotta worry about them for a little bit. See, now I'm checking myself because I was outside earlier. There's a fucking tick on my damn arm. I just realized it. I think I'm good. Dude, those things are fucking assholes. Yeah, I think that was the only one. Yeah, that's the downside of living out in the country. You gotta worry about those fuckers. I still would take it over living in the city any day of the week. It's just so quiet in the country. You definitely got to put in a little bit more work to live out in the, you know, countryside, because you don't, you know, have property rented through someone that's going to cut the grass or do this, that, and yada, yada, yada. You got to handle it yourself. But, you know, I'm a firm believer that anyone who's willing to trade liberty for safety and security deserves, sorry, English, neither. I don't care how safe I am. If you take away my freedom, then you can go fuck yourself. Okay, so nitrogen is good. pH could use a little bit of improvements. Alright, so we'll get to work on that right away. Where am I going to park this damn thing? I guess right here for now. I need to get a shed built. That's another thing that needs to happen. So at some point, I'm going to start clearing out some of these trees on the property, probably over there. Because we have a lot that we can clear out, probably turn into wood chips. And make a lot of money. And there's an attachment that I can get. Matter of fact, let's go look in the shed. I think it's an excavation tools. Yes, this thing, and it requires 150 horsepower. How much horsepower does my forge wagon require? Because if it doesn't require that much, I might be able to. No, I'm gonna have to get a bigger tractor. I'm gonna have to get a bigger tractor. That one's not gonna do it. I'm probably gonna have to hook like the New Holland up to that, and then pull that because I think that takes like 150 as well. So 300 horsepower somewhere around in there, I believe, is what you need. And this only has 230. It's not gonna operate with that. Well, it will, just not very good. So we'll probably just swap out the New Holland, and I might end up just fuck. Alright, whatever. Let's go ahead and get to tending to the field. We'll figure out the logistics of that shit later. Right now, that's not important. We'll figure out all the technical shit later. Right now, I know what we need to do, and that's another thing also that I'm gonna try not to do this time is blow an unnecessary amount of money on stuff that I don't need. Okay. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Because the console version is rated E, anything that has to do with like alcohol, like or slot, like I wanted to do like a butcher house or something like that, but I can't do that on here because on the console it's rated E. So, yeah, I gotta work within the confines of that. But I can buy and sell cattle. So that's gonna work fine. Alright, let's go ahead and go into this field. Let's see what we got. Is it gonna give me any idea of what's going on here? Okay, yeah, this soil is doing really good actually. I've been taking really good care of this farm, so it's not like this field doesn't really need a whole lot because I've been taking good care of it. Some areas where it's probably just gonna and then not work, but I mean I could crank it up off of automatic, but because the automatic mode works so good, I'm just gonna kind of keep it going like that because that's kind of how I started this. And then if I dump too much into it, it's bad. I learned that lesson the hard way, so we're not doing that. Oh, we're also getting some lime and fertilizer into the yard as well, which is not bad for the property. So we're just gonna turn this bitch like that. That's gonna get that little bit right there. That's gonna get that, and then right here is where we're just gonna kind of. It doesn't take much with this thing to get this job done, which is nice. I don't really have to work super hard on this field, but that's gonna change pretty quickly. We got some work to do. We got some work to do. We gotta lock in. What's up, Kelly? Oh yeah, I can grow grapes. Yeah, I can grow grapes. Alright. So that's done. Let's go ahead and get some fertilizer. Now this is kind of where I'm gonna go a little ape shit on the amount of fertilizer I'm gonna use, just because of the simple fact that I know, like, okay, for one, this is the most expensive part of this, and for two, if I can ramp this shit up all the fucking way, it's gonna get the nitrogen levels up there. That's what you want. Now, the nitrogen levels, you can kind of go crazy with that. What you don't want to go crazy with is the pH, and that's kind of what I've figured out. So, I'm going to turn off application rate, and then I'm just going to crank this up as high as I can. As high as it'll let me go, I'm going to crank it. 833 kilograms an acre, that's probably too much, but Fuck it, send it. You see how now the field, like the entire field's going green when there's a bunch of patches of red? Yeah, you want it to be green. You want the whole field to be green. That is the ideal soil you want for your field. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because if I don't, it's just going to have patches of red in there, and we don't want patches of red. We want green. Green is good when it comes to nitrogen. Plants love nitrogen. So that's what we're doing right now. Man, we are going through so much though. Holy shit. Yeah, we're expanding a lot and we're going well over what we need to. But it's not gonna hurt the field. It's not, trust me. I wouldn't be sitting here doing this if I thought it was gonna hurt the crop. It's not. It won't. But this only matters really if you're using precision farming, which I am. Um, I use it because it kind of gives you some soil data and you can see just how good your soil is doing. And if your soil is doing good, your crops are doing good. It gives you a bunch of information that is useful as a farmer. Lies? Nah, that ain't lies. I'm telling the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth. But yeah, you can grow grapes in this game. You can go grow grapes, olives, fuck a bunch of shit. Potatoes, sugar beets. I've grown a lot of crops in this game. Corn, you can make ethanol. Let's see what other kind of crops. Hold on, let me go through the list because there's too many to remember off the top of my head. So barley, canola, carrots, corn, cotton, grapes, grass, green beans, long grain rice, oat, olives, onions, parsnips, peas, potatoes, red beet, rice, sorghum, soybeans, spinach, straw, which is harvested whenever you get, you harvest like wheat, barley, and stuff like that, I believe. Sugar beet, sugar cane, sunflower, wheat, and then you can also make random stuff with some of the crops that you get, but that is... Okay. Oh, wait, we have 32,000 liters of straw in the... Oh, that was when I bought some. I forgot about that. That's right, I had to do that, because otherwise the fucking farm was gonna, go under. My animals were gonna die, and I can't have that. I spent 50 grand on all those cattle. I can't do that shit. Alright, so I think that's about it. No, it's not. No, it's not. We need to clear out some land. So I need this bad boy. I need to hook up to the forage wagon. Because the forage wagon can take in wood chips. I need to get this tractor out of the way for a minute. This little Duke's Far has been a good tractor. I mean, for like $89,500, I believe is how much this tractor is. 230 horsepower is not a bad deal. Now, there are some tractors you can get to get, more horsepower for less, but for what this tractor is able to do, having a front and rear mounting area, being able to run multiple implements at once, and the amount of power it has, it's not a bad deal. There are better tractors, but not for the money, I don't think. Okay, this is also a forage wagon. I'm just going to back it up right here. I'll probably need that later anyway, so I'll go ahead and hook it up. But I need the big boy for what I'm about to do. Oh yeah, I need to get a milk tanker too. That's another thing. Thanks for reminding me. Right now, it's not something I got to worry about because the cows, they need time to get to that period. So that's not an issue right now. In the future, it will be. But I need to focus on getting everything running and make sure it's good to go. Oh yeah, I forgot I downloaded the hand liftable consumable thing. That's right. I can even get canisters or barrels of diesel too. Huh. That might actually be useful. Okay. Bailnet. Okay, alright. What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. This bad boy. Give me the devour trees. Too bad. No twisters. Oh, there's twisters in the game. I just have it turned off because I don't want it fucking up my shit. They will fuck your crops up too, and I'm not dealing with that. I got enough fucking shite balls I got to deal with as it is. No, thank you. Nope, not happening. Not dealing with natives. Okay, I need to get this little stretch of property, and I can expand the field that way. The grass, anyways. Yerp. We're gonna get her done. Alright, I also would like to put a field there at some point if I can. I don't quite know what I'm gonna grow. I also need to probably try to do something with the yard if I can. Look, I got precision farming on. I got to do a lot of work to my damn field as it is. The last thing I want to do is have to dig up some crops I've been waiting to grow just because the fucking nader decided to rip it out of the ground. It's a simulator game. Like, yes, but like if I wanted to simulate real life being a farmer, I can do that. I want it to be, you know, kind of like farming, but also a video game. Like out. Wait, will this thing take wood chips? Let me double check that right fast. I'm pretty confident it will, but let's see. It will not. So I brought this thing up here for no reason. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I do know of a solution. I figured this out when I was on the fuck, what was it? What was it? What map? Trying to think. Oh yeah, the forestry challenge map. There's a fucking auger wagon I can buy. I guess I'm gonna have to buy it. That's gonna be fucking expensive. Lovely. It's okay. It's alright. It is what it is. Sometimes you get it wrong. You don't always get it right. I figured this would work, but nope. Nope, it don't work for that. So I'm gonna park this bad boy right here. Alright, we're gonna oh no, hold up, swap. Unhook. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can paint this thing actually, because that is kind of driving me nuts. Like, I'm weird about stuff like that. Is there any way I could just, like... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Alright. So I need to go to the shop. What do we got? Where's the auger wagon? Where's that? Because I know I have it. Auger wagon, auger wagon, auger wagon. Where the fuck are you, auger wagon? Ah, there you are. 300 horsepower. This is the one. This is the one, ladies and gents. I can give it 5 million capacity for free. That's insane. You know what? I think for this, you know what? Actually, fuck it, because I just want to get this shit over with. We're gonna go for the ridiculous capacity, because why the fuck not? If we're gonna spend $103,000, we might as well get the most out of our money, right? That's the way I've always thought about it. I need to move that damn thing. But yeah, we really need a yard. I might end up using this area for a yard instead of field expansion. That seems like a more logical thing to do because that area is relatively flat. It's kind of next to the field. that's kind of like the main yard-ish area. And then I need somewhere to store my machines because right now they're just out in the open air. And I believe this thing, how much horsepower does this tractor have to be exact? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? New Holland. 359. Is that all I can get? Oh, we might be in trouble here, ladies and gents. I don't think this thing's big enough to do it. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, this is probably not gonna work. This is probably gonna blow up in our faces, y'all. So, I think I'm gonna can that one. Because we're not gonna have enough power. That's 359 horsepower. This requires 150. So, all we have left to our disposal is 209 horsepower. It's not enough to run, wait. I don't have to run that while I'm pulling it. So no, it'll work. It'll work. I'm being stupid. I keep thinking it's like the Forge Wagon. It's not. The only time I'll need the 300 horsepower is when I need to operate it. So I'll have to have this thing off and this thing running whenever I go to dump it, but it'll work out. It'll work out just fine. Oh, but man, is it squirrely. What the fuck? Yeah, you see that shit? Note to self. Whee! That is crazy. Yeah, that thing's fucking heavy. I need a bigger tractor. I 100% need a bigger tractor. Alright, but this is going to make us some side money, and right now we kind of need it, so we're going to lower the wood chipper, we're going to turn this bad boy on, and we're just going to, I don't have access to this land. What do you mean? So where is my property line? See, this is the thing, I don't really know where my property line is either, so me clearing out some of this is going to give me a general idea of where it is. Oh, it's like right here somewhere. You don't have access to this land. Okay, well you don't have access to these nuts either. But we don't say that, do we? There we go, 5,000 liters of wood chips. Lift this thing up, drive forward a little. This just makes dealing with trees so much fucking easier. And you actually get some money out of it, so like there's a purpose to it. It's not just like you're over here cutting down trees and then just wasting your time clearing out trees and not making any money. I'm gonna get paid for all the time I spend doing this. Which is good. And you can make a lot of money with wood chips. Get rid of the deadwood tree. Die, deadwood. There might be an American elm right there. Yeah, we need to clear out some land anyway, because all this shit's kind of in our way. And, well, it's gotta go. It's gotta get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck gone. So give me an idea of how much property I actually have. This is gonna take some time though. It's not gonna be something that's gonna be like a one and done kind of thing. It's not fast. Forestry work takes forever. Okay, and of course I caught on it. You know what you get for that tree? You know what you get for hanging me up? Just give me a moment to break free from this, okay? Because see, nobody hangs me up and lives, okay? Them's the rules. You die for that. And we got 30-some thousand liters of wood chips already. Oh, son of a bitch. Come on, you bastard. Alright. Let's go ahead and... Come on, tractor, keep moving. Yeah, see, we're clearing out a lot of trees. Oh my gosh. American elm, die tree. I don't have access to this land. So is that where my property line is? So is this within the property line? Okay, so it ends kind of like right here. So that's the marker. Okay, okay. So that tree right there is kind of the end of the line. Alright. And I guess everything else in there is kind of like free game. But I need to clear out some land because we need some space for our farm. And believe it or not, this is the fastest way to do it. Don't have access. Okay, so hold on. This might actually be the edge of the property line right here. Don't have access. Don't have access. So where do I have access at? Where's the line at? I need to make a line through the forest. Okay, so it seems like... Hold on, let me turn. It seems like right in this little section. This terrain is rough. Oh, Lord have mercy. We're gonna spend so much time clearing out trees, it's gonna be crazy. I gotta step on the gas, gas, gas. This thing's definitely not moving along as smoothly as that John Deere was in the forestry challenge, but you know, it's getting her done. I gotta make sure I clear out the stumps too. I can't leave the stumps behind. So in this right here is kind of like a 2-in-1, you know, type of deal. It does both at the same time. Okay, so that's the property line. Alright. Alright. I can work with that. That's actually a lot of space right there, believe it or not. Look at that. That's how much space we have not been using on this farm so far. Because I don't know where the property line is. But we're taking advantage of every ounce of space we got today. Because we are on a mission. Right now this farm cannot sustain itself, and that is a problem. Okay, so that's where the line ends right there. Alright, so can I clear out this tree? Question mark? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's see where it is. We'll figure it out. Ah, right there. Alright. Okay, so we just need to clear out all the trees right here within this little bubble. I can do that. So let's kind of back up a little bit. Yeah, on a map like this, there's pretty much no way around doing forestry. You're gonna have to do forestry. If you want to make the most of the property you got, like, you gotta cut down trees. It's unfortunate, but you know that's what's got to be done. Why is it not grinding up this damn tree? Give me a minute, because I almost had it. Oh, this is pissing me off. I'm about to get annoyed and grab a chainsaw. Okay, you know what? You chose to be difficult, so you know what you get? Actually, no. Keep that running. I don't have a chainsaw. Not a problem. I didn't think I was going to be doing any, forestry work like this, so I didn't buy a chainsaw. But I'm about to have one. I have a couple of mods, actually. We're going to go with one of the speed of light mods, because we can move around. So we're going to get a Husqvarna. So I'm going to cut this thing down at the base. We're just going to slice it. American elm trees are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. We're going to be here for a minute, y'all. Unfortunately, because this tree wants to be stubborn, we got to do this the hard way. Alright, so if you wonder what I'm doing right now, I'm going up the tree and I'm getting rid of like the little branches and shit. I guess we'll start by cutting this off. Can I pick that up? I cannot. Apparently it's too heavy. So we're probably going to run into a couple of trees like this on this little endeavor. And unfortunately there's not much we can do about it. So we kind of just gotta, deal with it. Unfortunately, that's just the way that it's gonna work. Can I pick this up? Yes, I can. This tree is going in that wood chipper. I don't care if it doesn't work. It's gonna go in that wood chipper. Okay, alright, so... Not allowed to cut this tree? Yeah, you're not allowed to cut this dick in your mouth either. Try to fucking do it this way. Hopefully this fucking works. Because this is getting really fucking annoying and I'm getting sick of it already. Just get rid of the skunk, bro. Oh, dude, this one tree is giving me a fight. They're gonna make me do the unthinkable. I can already see it. This tree's gonna make me do the unthinkable. Yep, and I've already had enough. What the fuck, dude? Like... Oh my god, these stupid fucking trees, dude. Alright, I swear to God, once I get out of here, I am going to destroy every tree in this fucking valley. You hear that, trees? Okay, you know what, you fucking bitch? Enough of your shit. Royally fuck off. Like, straight up, get the fuck out of my goddamn way. Alright, you know what? I got a plan, y'all. This isn't over. Did you think I didn't have a plan B? See, I tried to do it the economic way, but I'm sorry, you fucking tree huggers have the most annoying ways of dealing with problems. So now, you have left me no choice. I have no options left. Except I must choose violence. Alright, I need to go park this though. Now, you remember how much we were struggling with that, right? Don't worry. I have another option. I always have another option. Always. Absolutely. Always have a plan B. But don't worry. Hold up. Where's the New Holland blue at? Yep. Y'all forced me to choose violence, bro. Like, I didn't want to be this way, but you have turned me into a monster. Trees, you have turned me into an animal, and now I've declared war on you. Matter of fact, we're not doing that shit. Where's that equipment at that I purchased? Not that, not that, not that, not that. Yep, get rid of that. We'll sell the wood chips in there and then we'll sell it. We're not using that again. Nope. Nope. Y'all have officially royally pissed me off. I've declared war on trees. And I'm coming to annihilate you with extreme prejudice. Okay, I need a rear weight for this, because if not, this thing's gonna bounce around a lot, so... Okay? Warning, you are about to witness extreme tree annihilation. Alright, trees. What was that shit you was doing to me earlier? What was that, tree? Hmm? What was that? What was that? What was that? I can't do what now? I can't do what? Because I don't own what? I can do whatever I want. I got a tree be gone. The fuck off my land. Your turn, bitch. Yeah, your stupid ass little stump that was giving me a fight earlier. Pathetic. It's gone. Hey, you probably put up your little fight. Because it's not gonna matter. I told y'all were about to witness extreme violence against trees. Hey, I tried to play nice, okay? I did. I tried to be nice. It's not my fault this stupid tree wanted to be difficult. Are we within the property line? Let's see. No, we're actually outside of it, so we need to go back this way a little bit. Ugh. Watch how quick we rip these trees a new one. Now that we have some proper equipment. Watch how fast this happens. What was that tree? Not being difficult anymore, are you? Like I said, I tried to choose the less violent option. I tried to come in peace. I mean, I was still harvesting trees, but the point stands is I didn't want to do this way. This was not the way I wanted to handle this. But unfortunately, the forest had to rebel against me, so now... Well, this is what happens. This is what you get. This is exactly what you get. For making my life a pain in the ass. Could have just died. You could have provided heat for millions of people, but you know what you did? You decided you wanted to fuck with me instead. That was a big mistake. There we go. There we go. Yep, I'm committing mass herbicide. See, I tried to do this another way, but that way didn't work and I lost my patience, so I'm choosing violence. Alright. Let me make sure I'm still within it. Okay. So let me straighten up. Okay, so this is the property line, straight ahead. I need to get a well-defined property line. Okay, I think this tree is within that line still. Yep. Yeah, this is, see, like, that little area I cleared out over there, you see how much land we weren't using because of the trees being in the way? Come on. Okay. Alright, there we go. I think we're still in the line. Yes, we are. Perfect. I need to make sure I stay within that property line. I need to clear out some of these anyway. What's up, bro? What's up, Chance? Welcome to the stream. I was trying to harvest the trees at one point to get wood chips, but they decided to be difficult, so I chose maximum violence instead. I do have over 100,000 liters of wood chips I can sell later, but we're not doing that. Nope. We're going out committing mass herbicide. It was one of those dead American elm trees that decided it wanted to be a pain in my ass. And I said, no, we're not doing that. Thankfully, crop destruction's turned off, so I don't have to worry about that. But we're trying to get as much of this cleared out as we can. I want to see how much more room we have for expansion on the farm. There we go. Let's go this way. How you been, Chance? You been doing alright, man? Yeah. I mean, this is a very slow process, but it's faster than what we was doing before and more effective, so I can't complain. Doing an actual start from scratch. Yeah, I've been working on this. I think this is the third stream. First one, I was kind of getting, things set up, and then the second one, I was getting things up and running, or at least set up to get it up and running. Now today, I'm working on making this a self-sufficient farm, which I got a lot of work to do. But I'm making headway on that. So I need to figure out where my property is, so I can figure out how much land I have available, and then figure out what the hell I'm going to do next. Because we have cattle, we have grass, we have hay and silage making. We don't have straw yet, but wheat is planted there, it is growing. We got some figuring out to do. So that's today's mission. Okay, so let me go ahead and check the map right quick and make sure that I'm still within the property line. Oh, wow. I was actually outside of it a little bit. How far? Hold up. Let's see. Is this the edge? Yes, right here is the edge. So, like, right here. I want to be right on the edge. Alright. Cool thing about this tree begon is it really doesn't care about property lines. I just want to make sure that, for the most part, I clear out trees where my property line is, so I can see how much land I actually have. Some of this is a little outside of it. Okay. So let me lift this up. I need to go this way slightly, I believe. Okay, let me see. Okay, damn, how far out do I need to go on this one? Holy shit, dude. Okay, so about right here. And then I kind of need to just go like... Jesus Christ. didn't realize I still had that much property. We got a lot of trees to clear out. At the end of the day, we got trees that need to go bye-bye. And again, I need to make like a well-defined property line out of these trees. Jesus, Lord have mercy. Oh, dude, I didn't realize we had part of this little area back here. This is a good spot to set up like a little bit of a field back here. We're gonna get a lot of stuff plowed up at some point. Just right now we can't, because we don't really have a lot of land to work with. So right now what we have is a lot of forest. I was gonna try to take some of it and make some money with it, but I got annoyed by trying to do that, so I in turn decided not to. Alright, so I'm gonna follow this line kind of like this. Because right there I kind of, you know, made a line right there. Okay. Why does it keep switching? Okay. Alright, okay, alright, so I kind of see a general... Alright. Yeah, I pretty much started this farm from scratch, you know. It was my grandfather's farm, and he didn't have very much equipment when I started. I still have his pickup at the farm. I just took over, and now we're here. There was basically nothing here except for a small field, a plow, a planter, a truck, and then this one little square right here. And that's all we started with. All this has been added. Wait, can I zoom back in, please? I wish I could rotate. Good lord, I can't speak English. Today I just can't speak English, apparently. But no, my grandfather had a dream to turn this into a cattle farm, and I'm just trying to fulfill that dream. I know he had plans at some point to clear out the forest and this, that, and yada, 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 and open up this property a little bit more, so I'm kind of carrying that torch for him since he's no longer here to do it. He sure in the fuck had a knack for buying land out in the middle of nowhere, I can tell you that, though. There's not a lot out here. He bought a land out in, essentially out in no man's land. Or bought some land essentially out in no man's land. Okay, if we go straight, okay, we're kind of cutting in a little bit more than we can, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, because we need to leave a little bit of cushion so we don't go over. I mean, if we still have a little bit of force, that's gonna be okay. Oh wow, that thing just digs in there, don't it? As you can see, we got a lot of trees to clear out. What I'm doing is very ambitious, but it has to be done. We don't have another choice, y'all. We have to do it. It must be done. I wish we had the fucking T-Rex 600 still in this, because I would be using that right about now, but we don't have that on the console. That is one mod that needs to come over to console. We really need that. Because with that thing, I would have the majority of this forest cleared out in no time. But, I mean, this works effectively too. The Tree Be Gone is really good at getting rid of trees. Okay. See, with that right there, we kind of have a somewhat well-defined property line, which is kind of what we need. Oh yeah, look at that, just plows through them. There we go. See, now we have a well-defined line where we can start clearing out trees. Which is what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start working my way back. And we're going to slowly make our way around this entire little forested area. It looks like a lot, and it kind of is, but it's also kind of not, if that makes sense. Like, with this equipment, it shouldn't take forever. I'm hoping to God it doesn't. But I think some of the, yeah, we got some property over this way too in that forest, but we'll worry about that. We'll worry about that some other time probably, because I think by the time I get done clearing this out, I'm gonna get annoyed and not want to keep on clearing trees. So. But I think with this little bit of property I'm about to clear out, this is going to give us plenty of land for what we need to do. Really, what we need, you know, fields. That's the reason why I'm clearing this out. I think with what I'm clearing out, I think we'll have more than enough property to accomplish that. So I don't see the point of clearing out more if it's not necessary. Come on. I'll probably take, I think I have a mulcher or a mower through here at some point. I might buy a mulcher. I mean, this is a mulcher. But yeah, we got some quote unquote terraforming to do. We need to buy a plow. Yep, we need a plow. We'll get one sooner or later. For right now, we're not gonna worry about that. We have a tractor big enough to pull the one of the biggest plows we have, which is a 26 It's a 26-meter plow that we can buy for like 80 something thousand dollars, I think it is. It is a mod, but it's gonna make doing this, you know, getting this turned into farmland a lot easier. At some point I want to get some bigger, better tractors, but one problem at a time, y'all. One problem at a time. There we go. Okay, alright, come on. Come on, tractor. Thing is, this is a really good tractor. It's not a bad tractor, but it's, I don't know if it's necessarily made for this. It was part of the Highland Fishing DLC, so probably not. But for the amount of money spent and the amount of power, can't complain. Well, yeah, as you can see, we got a large area of forest to clear. I wish there was another way, dude. I really wish there was another way. I might go in the mod hub and look and see if there's another way of doing this. Probably not. But if there is, if the T-Rex is on there, I don't know if it is. The last time I checked it wasn't. This will go like fucking light speed. Okay. There we go. Yeah. This does take a while. But like I said, this is faster than what I was doing before. This is a lengthy process. This is gonna take forever. There has to be a faster way to do this, right? Alright, actually, hold on. Save game. Hold on. We're gonna go see. We're gonna go see if we can get a faster way to do this. We're gonna see. Alright, let's go to the mod hub. Yes! Yes! This thing is an absolute beast. Let's look around for other stuff too, because there might be something else we can use. If it'll download, oh my god, please download for the love of God. Come on, why is it doing this? Yeah, the PC version collects wood chips. I know. Yeah, those are wood chippers. Yeah, we're not using that. Come on. For the love of God, just download. It's 27 megabytes. My internet's not that dog shit. Download the fucking mod, bro. Giant Software, y'all need to fix your shit. God fucking damn it, dude. Okay. Hold on. Let's breathe a little bit. That mod was never any fucking good. Anyway, I need this one, damn it. Like, why does it do that? It thinks it's full and it's not full. Reset the game. This is fucking frustrating, dude. I've ran into this problem a lot. I was wanting to set up a fucking map on an island thing on here at one point in time, and I couldn't fucking do it because the game didn't want to download the map. Fucking stupid shit. Just install the mod. You see, why does it keep jumping up and back down and all the other shit like that, dude? I don't think y'all understand how infuriating this is. Or maybe you do, but like, it's highly annoying. It really is. It's infuriating. Whatever. I guess we gotta have the stupid fucking shit. Ugh. Let's see. I'm actually starting to get a little pissed off. It's so dumb. Like, it makes no sense. I mean, this would probably work too. $275,000. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is gonna aggravate the hell out of me. Okay. See, what's not making sense to me here is why it just keeps on going do 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 and then do. Fuck it. Fuck it. Just fuck it. Honestly, like, because at this point it's not even worth trying. Because it's gonna keep doing it, and then it's just gonna not fucking download, and it's so dumb. It's not even installed, and this ain't even installing. Is there any way I can get a mulcher that maybe requires a little bit more horsepower? That would probably rip the trees out of the ground. Can be used to remove trees, stumps, and bushes. Shit, that's not what I'm looking for. I might have to look around for some more stuff, but I'll figure it out. One way or another, I'm figuring this shit out. Miscellaneous. Okay, we have the tree begun. It's a good tool, don't get me wrong. It's just, I don't have patience. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is I don't have patience. And me trying to do this like this is the reason why I'm having this issue. But yet and still, it's so dumb. Like, it's clearly right there. Like, why won't it just... We'll try it one more time. And if it doesn't again, we're just going to say fuck it and we're going to work with what we got. We'll figure it out from there. Yep, it's doing it again. So just fuck that. Okay. You used to be able to use mulchers back then when it come to clearing out trees and stuff like that. I wonder if you still can. I'm gonna try to download this and then. Oh wow! Wait, did it actually download? 360 horsepower. My tractor kind of has those power numbers, so maybe it'll work. I'll give it a test run if it in fact installed. I don't see it. I could be blind as a fucking bat right about now because I got so many mods downloaded. I mean, I'm sure that's probably not helping me with, that issue. But then again, 83% full versus being completely full is not full. So why is it doing it? Doesn't make a damn like sense, does it? It really does not. Actually, you know what? What would be faster is if I went into downloadable content and then I went back to Mulchers. It downloaded. Okay, it downloaded. Alright, good, 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 good. Yeah, that's not gonna work for what we need it for. We have options. So I guess we just work with what we have. Because again, if we go to this, right, and then we try to download it, watch what it does. I'll just let it do it on its own so y'all can see. We've already seen it a couple times. See, it goes, It's probably because it was I guess a mod that was on PC and then they tried to port it over. That's my guess. That's the only thing that makes sense to me because there's no other reason why it should be doing that. Whatever. Select all, turn on. Loading back into the farm. Here we go again. Okay. Yeah, I am beyond annoyed right now. I know I probably shouldn't be. Like, I understand that, some mods aren't going to work for this, that, and yada, yada, yada. But I originally saw it with someone playing on PC, so I need to get a damn PC. I do. I need to stop playing on console. I need to just invest the fucking money into a PC. Like, straight up. It'll open the door to a lot of different productions and stuff that I can do. So it makes sense at some point to do it. Alright, we're gonna go. Because it requires a little bit more power to use it, but like. Wait, what's the max amount of power I can get out of one of these tractors? Do I already have the max engine in it? Or did I buy it with like. I forget how much power you can get out of these, but I believe you can get more. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Probably not, but probably so. If not, then I guess tough shit. It is what it is. But we're gonna figure this out right now. So customize. Yeah, we have the max amount of power. Almost 360 horsepower. I don't think 1 horsepower is gonna make a fucking difference. I don't see how that would. But I guess what we'll do, because we're not gonna have the funds for this right now. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this off here, and then I'm gonna turn around, swap to the weight. We got $100 and something thousand right there on tap. Probably over that with the wood chips that are in there. So we're gonna go ahead and take this shit and go sell it. Because when I was trying to do this the quote-unquote right way and make some money for it, it aggravated the shit out of me, so I said fuck that, and I chose violence. And that's how I ended up clearing out this little patch right here, which I'm going to turn into some kind of yard in some way, shape, or form. Because as you can see, the yard is currently cluttered. Part of, having a farm that's efficient or self-sufficient is efficiency. And right now, this place is kind of not that. Alright, so we're just going to dump this shit into the sell point. We're going to make some cash. $108,000. We'll go ahead and put this bunker down. Let it come all the way down. we're gonna detach, and then I'm gonna sell that because I'm not gonna use that for anything anytime soon. That was just a waste of money. That's 180 grand back in our pocket. Okay. Where's that? Where's it at? I wish it didn't have those stupid claws in the way, though. That's the downside. Because I feel like that's gonna stop us from using it the way we want to use it. Hmm. Because, like, we really don't have any other, like, options. That's it. Like, what we got is what we got. This ain't gonna cut it. Like, okay, this one might actually do something. Because I believe that right there raises up or folds up, and then you can run into the tree, but that requires less power than what we're currently using, and well, I guess we're stuck with what we got, so complaining about it's not gonna fix it. Man, my grandfather sure as hell took on an ambitious project, didn't he? Let's get to work. Wait. Go back, 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 go back. Alright. Oh yeah, I already cleared out this little area right here. So this is kind of like the defined property line. Yeah, that's over. So we're right back over here again. We got a lot of trees to clear out. And if I can help it, that's probably going to be the last time I'm going to do this. Did you see all that? Let's get to work. This is going to take like multiple freaking days to do. This is not going to be a one and done kind of deal. This is going to take time. Die, tree. Yeah, this is a very ambitious project. I need a fucking drink. This has got... like, don't get me wrong, I love this game, but sometimes certain stuff like this is like, bro, this is such a pain in the ass. Like, it has to be done. There's one or two options we have here. We clear out the trees, or we don't clear out the trees, and then, well, we have to buy more land, which I think we have more money to buy more land, but that's not the point. Like, we need to make use of what we have. That's what grandfather would have wanted, so that's what we're doing. That's the way the old man wanted it done. So I'm gonna respect his wish, even if I think it's counterproductive or kind of dumb. That was his instructions that were, you know, in what he wanted to do with this place. And also in the simple fact that fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it was also in his will too. So I guess we kind of have to. This is the will of my grandfather. This is the way he would have done it, and I'm doing things his way, which is the hard way. My way would be, if, you know, the game would allow it, to get a T-Rex out here and just devour everything, like bam, 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 and then be done with all this shit. But we can't do things my way because the game is not allowing me to do things my way, so I have to do it differently. Well, we have some progress made. Sometimes, like, when I'm doing stuff like this, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I need to do something like this, maybe working my way outside in, so I can get a sense of progress. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my mind doing this. It's, you know, Grandpa said this was gonna be difficult, but he didn't say it was gonna be a mental battle. I guess that's part of farming. Having to get out there in the elements, work, and sometimes you're in rain, hail, sleet, and snow, extreme heat, extreme cold, but the job's got to get done. And I have worked on a farm IRL, so I do know that is an aspect of it. There are some things that you have to do or on a farm that are just hard on your body, like really hard on you. One of the worst things that ever happened to me on a farm, and I'm surprised I didn't get third-degree burns from this. Even the doctor said I got lucky. It had to do with a hydraulic hose on a piece of equipment exploding. And I was right there, so luckily I was wearing safety glasses. You know, everyone on the farm kind of laughed at me for it. Until that day. Listen, anytime you're dealing with any kind of like pressurized, you know, hoses and stuff like that, or, you know, pressurized anything really with any kind of pressure or rotating, spinny stuff, you definitely want to wear some PPE. And I did, because my gut instinct was kind of telling me that, you know, this might go boom, because this cotton picker was kind of old. It was one of those ones that still had a box on it that would raise up and tilt, and then you had to put it into a cotton module and pack it with the module that's hooked up to a tractor. And then you had to make the cotton modules, and that's how, you know, you got the cotton bales. Oh yeah, one time one of the hoses exploded on one of those, and I was near, but not close enough that it, did anything, and that fluid was hot. One of the guys on the farm ended up getting, I think, a 2nd-degree burn because that shit was like 200 degrees. When I got hit with the fluid, I got lucky because it wasn't that hot. It was hot, but it was like, okay, it's a 35-degree day, and the fluid's like 90 something to 100 degrees. It was still really hot. It burned like a sumbitch. But it basically blasted me right in the face and the chest. My clothes absorbed most of the impact because, it's cold, so I had, something to cover my chest, my hair for the most part, because I was wearing a hoodie. Obviously I wore jeans and boots. But my face, it was red. It was kind of like I had a mild to slightly moderate sunburn after it was said and done. But if it would have gotten my eyes, the doctor said there was the chance that I possibly could have went blind. So me wearing safety glasses when we was working on that old John Deere was a smart move. Yeah, that actually happened. Like, literally, as soon as we cranked it on, like, we had just replaced a hose on it, but there was one hose that we didn't replace because one guy looked at it and, everybody kind of trusted his judgment because he'd been on the farm for a little while, so it was like, okay, he said it's fine, then we're not going to worry about it. As soon as that thing got some pressure in it, it was like, bah! It was like a fucking bomb went off. And I was right there when it happened. I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing because I was like a 16-year-old kid, so like, a 16-year-old kid and, a fucking area full of grown-ass adults fucking with machinery, you don't really know what you're looking at, so you don't think to check and see if, like, maybe this hose is a little dry rotted. I didn't think to look for any of that until after that. Yeah, that's something that's important whenever you have tractors or equipment on a farm. I learned that lesson that day. But luckily, I just got out with like a slight to moderate sunburn, essentially. And it healed within like maybe a week, and I was still able to go to work. But one guy got really fucked up because he was operating the cotton module. So on a cotton module, it hooks up basically to the back of the trailer. It's kind of like a it's got an open bottom on it. It's kind of long and rectangular. If you've ever seen one in real life or worked on a cotton farm, you've probably seen one. The hoses near the PTO or whatever. No, it wasn't the PTO. It was kind of on the PTO, but it was on the part of it that moves back and forth so you can compact. I think that's called the compactor. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know the technical term for that. I just know it compacts the cotton and it moves back and forth so you can pack it evenly, and it's in a rectangular box. When the hose got close to him and he pressed down on it relatively hard, that fluid was like, it was hot out there that day. So I think it was one of the days this is when I lived in Arkansas. I think it was one of the days when I got up to like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, without the heat index. The heat index was well over that. It was hot. Hot, miserable, it was dog shit. Like, the kind of temperatures that I just, I would not go out in now unless I absolutely had to. And, you know, obviously, you work on a cotton farm, you kind of got to get out there and go to work. And when I was younger, I could handle that heat a little bit better. Now, after like 2 to 4 hours, I would be fucking cooked and I'd have to sit my ass down. Anyways, when that shit blew up, I think they said based off the burns, which again were like 2nd degree burns, it didn't stay on him long, so I guess that's the reason why it wasn't as bad according to what the doctor said. But I think he said that shit was around like 200 degrees Fahrenheit and it just blasted him right in the face. Again, he wasn't wearing the safety glasses, but he was also already visually impaired. He was the farm owner's son, so he had him out there kind of operating it because, you know, you pull back one way, do this, and he was surprisingly really good at operating the machine. Like, you wouldn't think that he, you know, somebody who's blind would be that good at operating a cotton module, but he was. But it blasted him. Yeah, I mean, he already couldn't see, so, like, I guess, you know, he didn't lose his sight. He didn't have it, so that's the good thing about that. But the bad thing is he got burned pretty fucking bad. Oof. Oh. That image is still, like, in my head. Oh, God. He handled it like a champ, too, surprisingly. Again, I know that's kind of, like, descriptive and, like, a little gory, but it can happen when you're on a farm, man. That's why, you know, when you're operating a farm on farm equipment in real life, you gotta check the hoses and stuff like that. It's kind of like the brake fluid hoses or whatever on a like the rubber hoses on a you know, a brake system on a car. If they'll start to dry rot and they start cracking and you start putting pressure through it, they're just gonna blow up. And that is just not good. It's not good for obvious reasons. And, you know, hydraulic oil, like any fluid or, you know, air or stuff like that, when it gets compressed, it gets hot. It's sometimes it can be like pouring hot grease on yourself. Yeah. So, to anyone out there, if you're thinking about working on a farm, I'm not gonna, you know, dissuade you from doing it. I would just caution you to be careful. Anytime you're messing with any kind of like heavy machinery or equipment or anything like that, there's always some kind of danger, you know? There's always some kind of bad that can happen with it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, one other thing I forgot to mention. I think the reason why that stuff didn't stay on him, well, I know the reason why that stuff didn't stay on him that long is because of the simple fact that he had a towel nearby. So as soon as it hit him, he immediately grabbed the towel and started wiping his face off. But it did burn him pretty bad. But he's okay though. For those of you who are wanting to know about that person in that story I just told, he's alright. He survived, but he definitely took a few more precautions next time he was up there. Like, I think after that, for a little bit, I saw him using a what was it called, a face shield. Yeah, I think it's called a face shield. It's kind of like safety glasses, but it's a shield that can kind of like go over your entire face. Which, I mean, it doesn't do much if you get, you know, essentially hot grease poured all over you, but it's better than not having it. Yeah. I wanted to tell y'all a little bit of, a story from my experience of working on the farm. I have another story I could tell you too when I was, a little bit younger and messing around with some livestock. I'm trying to think of something to talk about while I'm sitting here doing this. And since I'm farming or, building a farm, I have a few farm stories. So that one was by far, like, the one I said before was one of the most gruesome, and I tried to water that down as much as I could. I really did. I tried. But, so this one was when I was like 10 or so. So I was talking to this girl. Yes, I know some people might be like, your parents let you have a girlfriend at 10 years old? Yes, they did. But anyways, her dad owned a ranch. And, when I was around her, we were working on that ranch. Now, the most things I was doing wasn't really doing anything super dangerous. Like, I didn't go into the bullpen and fuck with the bulls, but I was just helping, transport feed, maybe move some bales around, this, that, and yada, yada, yada. Helping, like, brush horses. Just basic stuff that, someone at age 10 could do without, having a high risk of getting hurt. But this one time we went to a billy goat pen, and I had never seen a baby goat before. So the moment I saw a baby goat, like me being a little kid, not knowing any better, not knowing how, quote unquote territorial they are and protective they are over their young, I saw a baby goat, and in my mind it was like the cutest thing I'd ever seen. So I walk up to it and I start petting it like a puppy dog. That was what I done. Meanwhile, I didn't know that the mama goat or one of the other goats, I think it had horns, so it was probably male. I don't think female goats have horns. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know much about billy goats. I know this one had horns, and it ran up and rammed me in the ass so fucking hard I went flying. I immediately got up and started running. I was sitting there running, and this one's kind of funny, because I didn't get hurt severely. I just kind of got ragdolled a little bit. So I'm sitting there running, and I'm sitting there, like, freaking out a little bit, running as fast as I can. This thing's just hawking me down, and I'm like, oh crap, help, 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 this thing's trying to bad. Like, it would make a noise or bleat every time it was about to freaking headbutt me. So I knew in the back of my mind when I was about to get tossed. And I didn't weigh much when I was little. So I would just get hit and then literally just get launched and then land on the ground, in which that hurt. And they was just sitting there in the freaking trailer laughing at me, watching me getting fucking ragdolled. I'm sitting there running, I'm like, come on, guys, this is not funny. This thing's trying to bad. And then, like, it would just literally wait for you to get back up, and then it would just hit you again. I should have just stayed down, but I didn't. Eventually, after like the third or fourth time, they hopped in, or her dad hopped in with a rope, and then kind of like secured them and got me out of there. But he told me next time, he said, don't mess with the young. They're very, you know, somewhat territorial and protective animals, and you made a whoopsie. You came in between, you know, a parent and their young, and that's why you ended up in that situation. I'm like, oh, noted. I won't do that shit again. Trust me, I won't do that again. Because, man, ain't no way in hell I'm finna to get ragdolled by a damn goat again. That was probably one of the most embarrassing things that ever happened to me, and you know, the female I was talking to was around and watched it happen to me. We laughed about that for a long time. I learned my lesson though. You need to be careful when you're messing with livestock. Let's see, what other livestock have I had problems with? Horses. Oh man. This isn't necessarily a farm story, but this is a story of when I was working on the road for a utility company, and one of the things that we was doing was going around and digging up like holes around poles, like power poles, and inspecting them, mainly in like Kansas, you know, because they get a lot of really violent storms there, and if they have bad power poles, you know, a strong gust of wind comes through there, it's just going to snap it like a twig, and people are going to be out of power. So maintaining the power grid in a place like that is very important. I've had a lot of job experience with random shit. I wouldn't say I know everything, but I know a little bit about everything damn near. ADHD. Anyways, so when we was doing this, we had to go in this one pen where there were some horses. And man, horses are assholes, bro. Like, they can be. I mean, they can be really chill too. I think it depends on how they're like trained and raised. But clearly these ones, I think, were not really well supervised or trained, because the moment I entered that pen, they immediately like rushed up on me. One head-butted me, knocked me down. I immediately got up and ran, hopped over the fence, and then one of them grabbed one of the tarps that we was using to put the dirt on, because once you dig the hole, obviously you got to put the dirt back in the hole after the inspection's done if the pole's fine, and then pack it back down. One of them grabbed one of my tarps and started doing this number with it. Fucking dick. And then, like, I was standing on the other side of the fence. One thing I knew not to do when it come to horses: one, you don't walk behind a horse. I learned that lesson the hard way. And two, if a horse like does like this at you, don't move. Because sometimes when a horse does that, it's a bluff charge. They want to see if you're gonna run. Now, I did have a fence separating me and the horse, but I stood my ground. I stood still. Eventually my boss came over and handled that situation, because I told him, I said, I'm not getting back in that damn fence. I've been in the fence with cattle before, not like bulls, but just, you know, heifers, and I've never had any issues with them, really. I know they can be somewhat aggressive, but they're mainly, in my experience, curious. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of times, you know, cattle are just like curious, like, what is he doing just sitting here digging a hole in the ground? in this random ass field. But horses, they can be assholes, and they'll intentionally sometimes even antagonize you or do shit like that. I got another story related to a horse. And I mean, this one was kind of funny, but also kind of brutal, and I gotta be careful what I say here in the end of this one, because this ultimately ended in that horse getting Alt F4'd from existence. That's about as graphic as I can get for YouTube. I'm trying my best not to get banned. So, this was actually in a small town not too far from here. I wasn't there when this happened, but I heard the story from someone else. So this isn't a story of something I necessarily witnessed, but this is what I heard. So someone that we knew, or my mom and, you know, the boyfriend she was with at the time knew, had horses. And one horse in particular, I guess, was just a complete asshole. And, well, decided to kick him in the head. Again, not hard enough to, you know, off him, you know, cause any severe injury, but hard enough that, like, okay, if a horse with a horseshoe kicks you, it's gonna hurt. Especially in the head. Like, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot. You gotta think about, like, how strong those animals are, how much bigger they are compared to you. It don't feel good. I think it was a Bronco, too, so use your imagination. So, surprisingly, I guess he had a thick skull, thankfully, and he didn't get a concussion. But the horse walked away from him after that and was like, basically like neighing in a way that sounded like he was laughing. Like, hee. So, I know I shouldn't laugh, but that's kind of funny. I can laugh because he's okay, he lived, he survived. He just got fucking bonked by a horse. The horse is laughing at you. He's like, oh, that's funny. So basically, he went and got a boomstick, and, well, you know what happened from there. Now, to be fair, that horse is, you know, it was, according to him and also some of his other people that were around, was notorious for, you know, being quote-unquote aggressive and, you know, violent. So, like, he tried to train him and get him to not do that. Once a horse gets to a certain age, it's kind of like a human. At a certain point, humans become set in their ways, and you can't get them to change. And that horse was, you know, set in his ways. I think he was like probably 10, 14 years old. I don't know what that is in horse years. I don't know how long horses live. But yeah, needless to say, after that horse, you know, bucked him and kicked him in the head, and, you know, that hurt. I know that hurt. And then basically, you know, started trotting off and was like basically laughing. That guy went and grabbed a boomstick and, well, kaboom. Right in the head. And that was the end of that. And I know it actually happened because he had the, I think he had the skull of the horse after. And I could see, like, obviously where the bullets went in. I mean, in that case, I think that kind of makes sense. Like, that could have, like, seriously hurt him. I mean, I don't like being cruel to animals. I don't like, you know, the idea of killing an animal. But if one does something that damn near kills you, it could possibly do it again, and this time finish the job. So it's like, well, it's either me or you, and you tried to take me out, so, well, you gotta go. But yeah, that is also a kind of dark story related to horses. The story of how I learned not to walk behind a horse. I didn't get bucked, I almost did. So, me being a kid, like, I was always, like, full of energy, just ripping and running around, just, like, eager to just get stuff done, you know, as quickly as possible, just zip, 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 zip. And not knowing, you know, anything about horses, whenever I would transport the feed, like, there was this cast iron tray that I carried around, or I was, you know, that we used or whatever to transport the feed, and it was also kind of used as a shield, which I found out later on. I didn't know that. I knew it was heavy, but I was carrying it, and I just randomly walked up behind this horse, and it bucked, and it kicked the cast iron tray, and actually cracked it. And then when that happened, obviously the food dropped, and I stepped back. And next thing you know, the guy who owned the horses walked up to me, and after getting the horse's attention, he said, "Never walk behind a horse. Never walk up behind a horse. You always get the horse's attention, or you call for it to let it know, or let you know that, you know, or let the horse know that you're there. And then you can walk up to it, but you don't just walk up, because they're going to hear footsteps or something, or like a twig snapping, which one did under my feet, and then they're instinctively going to think that they're in danger and kick." Which, in hindsight, makes sense. But again, when I was like 12, 13 years old, that didn't cross my mind. I wasn't thinking about, you know, maybe I shouldn't just randomly walk behind this animal and, you know, do what I did, because I didn't think it was going to kick me. But again, I didn't know anything about horses, so, like, it's kind of one of those things where you just gotta kind of learn the hard way sometimes. Sometimes when you work on a farm, there are lessons that you will learn the hard way. Like, I'm just lucky that I had that little steel or cast iron tray thing when I was carrying the feed, because looking at when we picked it up, when we put it back together, when we see where like the hoof struck, and when it came up, if that tray wasn't there, it basically would have been like an uppercut from a kick. Basically, it would have been like an uppercut to my chest. Yeah, I've gotten, needless to say, there's been a bunch of times in life where I've gotten lucky. And, you know, working on the farm, there's been some times where things have gotten sketchy. Yeah, well, one time at band camp, you're funny, bro. Like, no, these are real stories, man. These are real stories. I know, man. I know, they sound fake, though. That's the thing. The crazy part about them is they sound like some made up shit, but they're not. They're not made up at all. That, but I think that, yeah, that's the only encounters that I've ever had with livestock that were like bad, or at least some that I've heard about that were bad. With horses, though, you really got to be careful. Like, I can deal with dogs. Okay, that same farm that we went to that had those horses, there was a dog out there, right? And he walked up to the vehicle. Obviously, he saw a random vehicle he didn't know and started barking. And then when we got out, like everyone was like, "Be careful about the dog." Like they were scared to get out. I got out. I kneeled down, to the dog's level. Try to make myself, look a little bit smaller and less intimidating. And also, I was watching the dog's body language. I saw his tail wagging, and I'm like, "You see his tail? Like he's not gonna bite." He's probably seen a lot more people than we've ever seen in our entire life. I was like, "That don't mean nothing." I said, "Watch this," and I got out, and I was the one that bit the bullet on that. Of course, but I do have a fence between us. Worked on a farm once and got bucked by a horse, and I have been scared of horses ever since. Dude, I'm telling you, horses ain't no joke. You've clearly experienced it firsthand. They can be assholes, man. So you know what I'm saying is true. They can be dicks. You gotta be really fucking careful with horses, man. Like, you really, really do. I mean, as long as one is facing you for the most part, one thing I've also kind of learned about horses too is they're less likely to harm you sometimes, or I would say the majority of the time, if you're the one who brings them food. Like if you approach a horse and it's never seen you before, and you have like some hay or something in your hand, and you walk up to the horse and pet it, like hand it hay, and you kind of like pet it, and just don't make any sudden movements. That's another thing. Don't around the horse either, because they'll probably get spooked, and then don't do that. Yeah, I don't really go around horses like that, and if I do, I am super cautious. Like, you have to be with them, because as I stated previously, horses can kind of be assholes, and that's not a joke. Like, horses can legit be assholes. They can also be very useful animals. I think it just depends on how they're like raised and whatnot. Like, you definitely, like, if you're gonna raise horses or whatever, I think you want to obviously get them when they're littler, and then start being around them then, so they kind of get used to human interaction, and they get used to you and stuff like that. But I mean, I think that's with any animal, really. But yeah, definitely don't walk behind a horse. What I want to know is, I'm curious though, right? Is because sometimes, or at least a lot of the cases I've heard about, like horses doing stuff like that, something was done that maybe they weren't used to, and it spooked them, and they done it in self-defense. Or they just decided they wanted to be an arsehole. Like, some horses are just kind of assholes. I want to know what that one guy that was a family friend did to make that horse buck him. Or, like, buck him and then kick him in the head. I wonder. Like, I don't think the, horse had any intention of severely harming him. I think he was just trying to be a butthole. Because from the description of the horse, from what he told me, I think if that horse really wanted to hurt him, like, just hurt him, I think he could have. And the fact that he kind of ran off and was, like, doing like this and then neighing in a way that kind of sounded like he was laughing. Yeah, I think that wasn't intentional, like, ha, got you. They're like that. Horses legit be like that sometimes. They really do. Forestry. let's see, I'm doing forestry, and I've actually worked in a forest once when I was a kid. Yeah, I know, 7 years old, loading, helping load logs on a small, like, truck or whatever for, like, firewood and stuff like that. Like, logs that are, like, probably this big at max, but sometimes, man, I done some crazy shit when I was a kid. I've done a lot of stuff. Um, I've had encounters with wildlife working in the woods, but this one sticks out. And again, being a kid, like a kid's mind, like you're not thinking about like the dangers of stuff or stuff like that. You see a helpless animal and you want to help them, stuff like that. So this was kind of one of those moments. It sticks out to me because I've remembered it forever. Like this is something that's permanently burned into my brain. So there was this wolf. It was obviously a pup, but I was randomly wandering through the woods like I do sometimes whenever we was out there camping. After a long day of, working, we would kind of set up camp and then just kind of hang out in the woods and also go hunt. I usually wasn't the one that did hunting, but sometimes I would go out and I would like scout, so to speak. And this one time when I was out scouting, I ran into a wolf that was in like it was like a pup in a bear trap. And me being 7 years old, I'm like, look at this helpless animal. I'm not thinking that, this is a wolf, like one of the, apex predators, quote unquote, of the forest, and it's dangerous. I'm like, it's a puppy dog and it's stuck in a trap. So I was smart as a kid, and I did go and get an adult. Because obviously, like, this thing was, like, snarling at me every time I would try to get close to it. Like, it was, like, just growling like it wanted to rip my head off, and that scared me. So I'm like, okay, I need to get an adult. So I go back to the camp, and I go tell my mom and what's his name, Melvin, what I saw and what I found. And me being a kid, I'm like, we gotta help him. Like, this animal's helpless. He's in a trap. He's such a small, like, dog. And when we got there, like, he was, smart. He'd been in the woods a lot longer than me. So he grabbed a rifle or whatever before we left, just in case it was something else, and it was the timber wolf. But it looked like a husky to me, and we had a pet husky at home, so I'm like, I thought it was a husky, so that's what I was saying. It looked like a husky, and it was in a bear trap. And he walked there with me and saw the animal. And he told me, he's like, that's not a husky, that's a timber wolf. And I was adamant on letting the animal go because I felt bad. Like I said, I'm sitting here watching this, what essentially looks like a pup or maybe a young wolf in a trap. And me being a kid, I'm like, it's something about it just seemed wrong to me. Like, I couldn't let it stand. So I was adamant on opening up the trap and setting the animal free. So I ended up doing that, and as I was doing it, obviously the adult in the situation, had a gun aimed at the animal the entire time in case it decided it wanted to turn and tear me to pieces. That was insurance that, I wasn't going to die in that situation. Because this is a wolf we're talking about. Well, I set it free, and at first, like, it turns and then it kind of like snarls at me, but it doesn't lunge. So when that happens, like, I don't walk up to the animal and start trying to pet it. I had like a piece of like meat or whatever on me, and then the person that I was with had like some rope, so we fed it some like rope or something like that, because again I was adamant on trying to help the animal and fix its wounds, but the person that was with me was aware of the danger, so I was like, well, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this like this. And again, being that young, that's why I went and got an adult. We kind of like secured the animal a little bit and then patched up his wound, and then once we got that done, we basically took some, like, I think we had some, I forget what it was some kind of like ointment or something like that, like antibacterial, anti-infection stuff, and some gauze wrap, kind of wrapped his leg up a little bit. And I remember for the longest time when we was there in the woods camping, we would just see, like, on the outside of the camp, like, glowing eyes. He was just sitting there chilling. I forget, what did we name that boy? We gave him a name because he would just kind of hang out around the camp, and then we would throw feed or, like, any spare beef that we had or parts or whatever from hunting out there to him and feed him. And it was weird. It was kind of like we, in some ways, somewhat domesticated him. Not fully. It wasn't like a dog, but it kind of was. I hope that makes sense. But I remember this one time when we was out there, like, having that wolf as kind of, quote unquote, a guardian angel in the forest paid off, because we had a pack of coyotes try to, like, run up on the camp, and the fire had went out. Next thing you know, we just start hearing what sounds like dogs barking and like yelping. So immediately everybody gets up, we all like turn on flashlights, and then we go outside with the flashlights later. We see the wolf just sitting there kind of chilling, and then we start looking around, and there was a pack of like 5, I think it was, like, coyotes that were dead. Like, he soloed 5 coyotes when they crept up on the camp. So, yeah, for the longest time, when we was camping in that, section of the woods, we kind of had like a pet wolf, in a sense. So, right there is where my fascination, good Lord, I can't speak English. Fascination with wolves began. That was the moment in my life where I started to become fascinated with wolves. There's the history on the reason why I like wolves. And if you look back in history, which later on in life I did, at the time I didn't, but when I was an adult I look back at history, and there was a period in time whenever humans and wolves would like hunt alongside each other. So I'm not surprised that that happened. I mean, there was a long period of time where like you wouldn't like go into the camp or approach anyone, but then there was a point in time where he would and started to, in some ways, kind of behave like a dog. And then when we stopped going to that part of the forest, it's almost like he just kind of vanished. I didn't see him after we stopped going to that area in the forest. I guess he just kind of started, stayed there, hung out, and did his own thing. Because, I mean, he would go out and do his own thing during the day when he was working, and during the night he would just kind of sit around the camp. And weird. Again, sounds like something completely made up, but it happened. It's odd. But at the end of the day, it's like wolves, dogs, they're very similar. They're territorial, and they're also protective. And I guess that wolf in some ways kind of seeing us as, one of his own because we saved him. And he was also a pup, relatively speaking. Wasn't a very old wolf. He looked like a puppy. He didn't look like he was fully mature into, a full-grown timber wolf. And what surprised me the most, too, he didn't have a broken, bone. That bear trap was really hard to open. Maybe it wasn't a bear trap. Maybe it was kind of like a bear trap, but for wolves, so the pressures weren't as much. It still took a lot of force to get that open. Those springs were not a joke. That thing did not want to come open. It was like trying to take a vice grip off his legs. Rough. But yeah, wolves are always one of those kind of animals that will always have a special place in my heart. What's crazy is I remember there was a point in time where we damn near made wolves go extinct, and then we realized that we kind of needed them. Because without wolves, coyotes would just, kind of overpopulate and take over, and they're in some ways worse than wolves. They're like the cockroaches of the canine kingdom, coyotes are, with how they multiply and stuff like that, and the amount of damages and stuff they can do. Just like jackrabbits are the cockroaches of the rabbit world. Which thankfully we don't have jackrabbits here, but I know they do up in parts of Idaho. Good Lord. For some reason I can't do English today. I'm sorry though. Oh yeah, that's one thing I learned about was rabbit drives and stuff up there in Idaho and stuff recently. I mean, hey, whenever, an animal gets in the way of, your way of life and this, that, and yada, 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 you gotta do what you gotta do to ensure your livelihood and the livelihood of others. And jackrabbits can have up to from my understanding, 8 to 9 rabbits per litter. I think it's every month. And they eat I think fully grown, they eat a pound of food a day. And when it comes to eating plants or, crops or agriculture, they'll eat it all the way down to the roots so the plant won't grow back. So needless to say, that ticked off a lot of farmers in that area, and they started doing, rabbit drives and stuff like that, where they were basically doing what Native Americans used to do, is swarm them, herd them up, and then put them in a pen, and then they would dispatch them with the club. Because the safest way, if you know anything about culling rabbits, it's even in the manual of the safest way or the most humane way to dispatch a rabbit is, a blunt strike to the back of the head behind the ears. I guess I don't know what it does, but that story was very interesting. I learned about that through a YouTuber called The Fat Electrician. I don't know if you guys heard of him, but it was one of his most recent videos he done. I found that fascinating. I was like, I guess that's one way to handle the problem. That's what the natives used to do. They would herd them up, get them in a little pen or in groups, and then they would just club them. Because that was the most humane way to do it. And if you try to use, guns or arrows, they can run up to 45 miles an hour. And if you have a whole crowd of people with guns missing targets at, running at 45 miles an hour, and you're all in a circle trying to bring the animals in, you see how that can get dangerous really fast. So the safest, most humane way is to herd them into pens and then get a club and hit them. Behind the ears, in the back of the head. We've actually cleared out quite a bit of trees. The whole time I've been sitting here just chatting as we've been doing this, we've got a lot of trees cleared out. It's still gonna take a long time to get this done, but like, we're definitely making a lot of progress, and that's making me happy. Oh, I just thought about another farm story. This one's related to turkeys. Okay, if any of you have ever worked with turkeys, you know how much of an asshole they are. They're kind of territorial, but they're also just kind of assholes. Well, we stayed in a small town here in Missouri. I think it was Deering, Missouri. And one of the people who's on the property, I would often go help him, like, pick crops and stuff like that, like in his little garden area, as well as, you know, collect eggs in his chicken coop. And one day, he wanted me to go collect some eggs out of his turkey pen. I think it's called a turkey pen or a turkey coop or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Again, don't know the technical term. I was very young when this happened. I wasn't even in the single, or I was in the single digits. I wasn't in the double digits yet. Anyways, so when I go in there and I go do that, he didn't tell me the damn thing was gonna try to chase me. He didn't tell me one of the turkeys was gonna try to freaking chase me once I grabbed an egg, that I was gonna be playing a game of tag with a fucking turkey. Luckily, I was pretty fast on my feet when I was little. So I was able to run at least fast enough where I was able to juke him. But he got pretty upset with me what I ended up doing after that happened. But like, I literally didn't know what else to do. This thing was angry, trying to attack me and claw me, and turkeys have some pretty sharp claws. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but they do. Now, granted, I probably shouldn't have been taking his eggs, but it was a turkey farm, and I was told by the farmer who had them that he needed help getting the eggs. So because I was quote-unquote his helper, I was like, okay, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into, so this is another one of those stories. That thing chased me for a good, like, 5 minutes before I got mad and said, you know what, screw it. I set the egg down. I kept running for a little bit, joking him, kind of dancing around the egg, and I picked up a rock and I just cracked him with it. He kept on trying to attack me after what, like, I feared for my life at that exact moment. You gotta understand, I'm like probably about 3 foot tall at the time. And this big ass bird that's basically as tall as me has some sharp claws and can kind of, in a sense, hawk my ass down, is chasing me around and won't give me any breathing room. So the only thing I do is fight or flight. I chose flight and he wouldn't fuck off, so I chose fight and I cracked him. And, well, I guess I ended up deleting the turkey. That wasn't my intention, by the way. I did not try to do that. That was not my intention. I just wanted to kind of like bonk him and get him to like maybe fuck off and leave me alone. That was what was going through my head. Like, I just want him to leave me the hell alone and gone somewhere so I can finish my job. And I guess out of like fear and adrenaline and me being, you know, so young and not knowing what I was doing, I put a little bit too much force into it. He was not happy with that. He forgave me for it. Luckily, there was enough eggs in in the pen where he's able to buy another turkey, but he was not pleased with that. He ended up giving me a what was it? It was kind of like an umbrella. A raccoon. You know, I've actually never had problems with raccoons, and no, I've never been turkey hunting. I've worked on like a little farm or homestead when I was younger that had turkeys. I know raccoons can be vicious sometimes too, especially if they have rabies, but I've never had an issue with raccoons. They're mean as hell. Well, I imagine if you get near their babies, they'd probably be mean as hell. I mean, if you come around them and start fucking with them and being in their area, they're probably gonna be mean as hell. Oh, yeah. So you probably run in, raccoons a lot, especially up in an area like that. Ohio is pretty foresty. I've been through parts of Ohio, but then there's parts of it that's like flat and no hills, and then there's areas that are hilly. I think it. Hold on. I'm trying to think like geologically. Either Ohio is in or very close to the like parts of it is very close to the Appalachian Mountains. So like I know like because I live in an area that's kind of foresty, kind of plainy and hilly. I live in the Ozarks in Missouri, so um, we have raccoons here. I know they're vermin, so like there's no like particular hunting season or whatever on them. If you see one, you can pretty much just pop them, kind of like squirrels. I have had issues with squirrels though. Those fuckers can be aggressive. I've been attacked by a squirrel before. Like to some people they might look at that and be like, "How could you have problems with an animal so small?" Shit. I mean, jackrabbits aren't that big, but out west they have problems with them. 4th of July, they ate. Oh my. Oh! Damn. I didn't know raccoons would do that. I can see why that would be a problem. I'm gonna be honest with you, if that would have happened to me, I probably would have went on a rampage. Like, I would have been out in the woods for days hunting. And again, because they are vermin or considered like, vermin or predatory animals that are like known to like fuck up ecosystems and destroy agriculture and disrupt farms. I don't think there's any particular hunting season on them, especially if they're on your farm. Exactly what I thought was gonna happen. I mean, in that case, it's like, hey, listen. I understand how farmers think because I've worked on farms. It's like it's not like you want to hurt the animals, man, but like when you're trying to farm and you're trying to create a livelihood, feed yourself as well as other people, and then nature fucks with that in some kind of way. You got to do something about it. Otherwise, you don't have any food. You don't have any food, and you can't, give any food to anyone else or make any money. Like that's your livelihood. So unfortunately, it comes down to survival. And one thing I've learned like through farming is, and a serious note, like when it comes to farming or getting food, fun fact, groundhogs can climb trees. I kind of figured that one. That is a fun fact though. I didn't necessarily know that, but I kind of figured they could. Um, it's also why there's like in certain places where like there's beavers. They have like hunting seasons or open season on beavers because they can block waterways, which can disrupt stuff. And I still had no idea that raccoons would eat chickens. That tells you how much I know about raccoons. I know they would get into your trash and eat your trash because that happens around here sometimes. Whenever we have trash outside, they'll get in the trash and then they'll start eating the trash. But I didn't know they would eat livestock. I know foxes, coyotes, wolves, and whatnot would do that. And then obviously some species of rabbits are very detrimental to agriculture. But I just learned something new today. We also put natural gas lines in as contracts. Oh. So did they mess with those too? Oh. I'm learning something new today. This is good information because at some point I planned on like building like a small garden or like greenhouse on the property I live in. So I need to know this because we have raccoons here. And we was also thinking about getting chickens. So if that's something they can do, then understood. 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 In the event that happens, it's on site with raccoons. Sometimes they'll climb onto the gas meters and shut the valve off. Oh yeah, that's right. Raccoons are also really smart too. I do know that. They're not stupid animals at all. Crows are also pretty smart too. That's why we have like scarecrows and stuff for crops. Wow. I did not know that. I thought they like dug up the gas line or something and then like ripped it out of the ground and then disrupted. Wow. That's honestly insane. Sitting here thinking about that, like that is crazy. Unless they climb onto the combine. Oh. Oh, yeah, I've heard stories about that. Oh, I have a story about a raccoon, which again is kind of fucked up. But again, it was like it was not on purpose. It was accidental. It was related to a radiator fan on like an old square body truck. Like we had just gotten it running, just kind of got it cleaned out, got it like parked. This happened when I was younger, but they decided to kind of build a nest or whatever in there. It had been sitting for maybe a week because we didn't need it. It was like a farm truck. So it only got used on the farm, and when we didn't need to do anything, we didn't use the truck. So, we turn it on, and then like we kind of hear the sound of like a clunking, and then like the sound of like an animal screeching, which, whew, rough. And then when we go in the engine bay and we go to check, they got like clipped by the fan and then kind of dragged into the belt. And well, use your imagination. A belt with tension, a fan, and then them getting dragged through a pulley essentially, and then that pulley and the belt kind of wedging them in between it. It was pretty bad. That was not fun getting them out of there. It was probably one of the grossest things I ever had to deal with in my entire life. But no, I don't know if I said it or not, but I was trying to say earlier is one thing I've learned about farming is in the process to get food or keep food around, there's no way to avoid death. There's no way to avoid killing something. In order for something, like the natural order thing is, in order for something else to live, something has to die. And that's the way nature works. Think about it, okay? Because even if you have like a farm, or get shot, radiator, oh my god. Oof. One thing I've learned though when I say that is like, because think about it. Okay, say if you don't run like a butcher farm or something like that. Say you just run a regular farm where you have crops and stuff like that. You have to deal with like insects, weeds. Sometimes you have to kill weeds. Weeds you have to kill bugs, other kind of like vermin, pests and stuff like that, just so those crops can grow. Because without that regulation and that control, you won't have any crops. Same thing with, getting beef. Sometimes, you'll have to dispatch cattle or, chickens or whatever animals you're, using for your source of, like, meat, and then any predators that might want to kill them. But unfortunately, there's people out there, that are part of the world that don't understand anything about farming or what it takes to farm. And they don't understand that law of nature. And that's sad. And sometimes a lot of their freaking ideas are just terrible. Look up the story about the Idaho, or the quote-unquote Idaho Bunny Bash. And you'll see what happens whenever people from the quote-unquote government or whatnot, when they get involved and start trying to tell you how to deal with this problem or that always make it worse. Every time, their ideas are just terrible. Like, that seems cruel, and then you start trying to try some of their ideas, and then you realize that their ideas are worse and less humane than yours. Read about 2001 steam engine explosion? I did not. But one thing I read about the Idaho Bunny Bash, when they was listening to them and trying some of the different ideas, right? Besides herding up the rabbits in a pen and then picking them up by the hind legs, taking a blunt instrument, and then dispatching them by, a blunt strike to the back of the head behind the ears, they started talking about, okay, let's just throw them in a pit, and then they even suggested, like, poison, or like poisoning them, and also, I think it was gas chambers, which is crazy. You think a gas chamber is more humane, and using poison is more humane than taking a club and just going, and then instant, but these are the people that claim to care about animals. I mean, if you're going to dispatch an animal and you have to, end an animal's life, the last thing you want to do is do it in a way where it's going to suffer. Because that's cruel. And, I've seen the videos of, some of the people who were interviewed, the farmers who were a part of it, is, listen to how they were talking and what they were saying is, they don't want to do that. These people don't want to go out here and, do this because they don't, I guarantee you, any farmer you ask who's ever had to like cull or kill a bunch of animals, like they don't enjoy doing it. They do it because they have to. This one thing, like jackrabbits, in this case, became a detriment to their crops. Their crops were their way of life. That was the way of feeding not only themselves but the people in the community and people elsewhere. And without that, like without getting rid of these animals or controlling their population, they would just eat all the crops. I heard that they caused, like jackrabbits caused, I think in a year, like over $1 billion or $2 billion or something like that in crop damage. It's crazy to think about, when you sit back and you think about it, but without getting rid of those rabbits or controlling their population when they have a population boom, they would just eat you out of house and home. And that's what one of the farmers said, is like, that's why we're doing this, because if we didn't, they would just eat us out of house and home, and we would be, screwed, essentially. And so would anyone else who gets our, food from us. But I often also figure out too, whenever someone from the outside looking in starts trying to criticize the way farmers do stuff, it's always people that have no experience doing it that want to like talk and have the biggest mouths and also the most opinions about something and the way to handle something when they have no experience. Every time. It's always people like that that have no experience or no understanding of how something like that works, that have the biggest mouths and the biggest opinions about something every single time. Like they think that farmers are just some of the cruelest people on the earth. Like they want to go outside and like, you know what I want to do today? I want to go herd up a bunch of rabbits and club them. Like, no, they didn't wake up one day and decide that. They looked at it and was like, well, what's the most humane way to dispatch a rabbit? Okay, the instruction manual says the most humane way to dispatch a rabbit is to hang it by the hind legs and a blunt strike to the back of the head behind the ears. Why are we wanting to do this? Well, because they're destroying over $1 billion worth of agriculture, and that's our livelihood, but not just ours, but that, messes up part of the, food supply in the country, which feeds a lot of people, and a bunch of people are going to freaking starve, so we can't let that happen. So, in the pursuit of food, there's no way to avoid death. Either you kill a bunch of little lives or you take a big life. Sometimes you do a little of both when it comes to doing, farming. But again, that's just someone who understands the natural order of nature. The reason I started learning all this stuff about like nature and farming is, again, part of it's my upbringing. I've been around farmers, I've been on farms, and also weather. Like I'm a weather nerd, so I start understanding like nature has a reason for doing things. Like the mechanics of thunderstorms are actually quite fascinating when you start learning some of this stuff. Like you start learning, okay, you hear about tornadoes and thunderstorms and there's just the destruction they do, but one thing you don't always hear is the good that they do for Earth, because Earth farmers are not rich. That's another thing too. A lot of farmers are not rich. They think that farmers are some of the richest people in the world, a lot of times most of their life is, dead. And they have to get subsidies just so they can stay afloat. I know that too. Um, but thunderstorms, lightning, one aspect of thunderstorms that is, hold up, 2 days ago, a tornado went down and destroyed my neighbor's barn. That's tough. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Like, there's always a bad aspect to storms. Like, I acknowledge that there's a bad that comes with it, but there's a really important function that thunderstorms and strong storms in general have when it comes to Earth. One of those things which I didn't know about is lightning actually creates ozone. Yeah, thank God for insurance. I agree with that. Lightning creates ozone. You know, the one thing that people have been saying has been like dissipating, or like there's a hole in the ozone layer? Lightning generates that. It does. It also makes it to where rain can take nitrogen out of like a gas form and turns it into like a liquid form, puts it in the rain so it can fertilize the soil. It helps keeps Earth's magnetic charge balanced and its core and stuff like that charged. It's crazy when you think about it, but lightning is very important. Without lightning, our planet's fucked. Also, hurricanes. There's one very important function of hurricanes that I didn't think about until later on. As destructive as they are, like, I'm not saying that they're not bad. Alright, because obviously storms that are that strong are bad. Like, the devastation they leave behind is horrible. But hurricanes have one very important function in nature, and that's that they take some of the heat at the equator or in the, tropics, and they spread it around. They help regulate Earth's temperature, and so do thunderstorms. Yeah, the reason it helps the corn grow tall is because the lightning will literally split atoms and allow nitrogen to be, liquidized and put in the rain and then dumped into the soil. And it works like a natural super fertilizer. It's pretty cool. Like I said, again, when you learn about all this, you start learning about nature and, the balance of nature, not just that, like the laws of nature, rules of nature, and why nature has certain things and why they exist. And whatnot, you start realizing that if you was something along that, you can destroy an entire ecosystem just by, which we've seen this happen, just by fucking with one little aspect of it, or completely. You're teaching me more than my science teacher taught me. That's crazy. Look, I don't claim to be an expert, man. I'm definitely not. But, like, I've learned enough about this stuff that I understand the importance of, like, storms. Because, again, I'm a weather nerd. And I'm always one of those people that ask, like, okay, these storms happen. They're a natural occurrence. But what good do they do? Because I understand the Earth has a reason for everything. Wasps, even. I hate wasps. I despise them. If there's a way I could eradicate wasps and hornets completely without fucking up the planet or throwing something out of balance, I would, but I can't. Because wasps help regulate the, certain insect populations. They help with pollination and stuff like that. So without them, certain bugs would just keep going and going and going. Look up the tarantula hawk. I mean, what they do to the tarantula is kind of foul, but without the tarantula hawk, tarantula population would just go crazy. Like, it's wild. Mosquitoes even. I don't like mosquitoes. I don't think anyone likes mosquitoes. But without mosquitoes, alright? Fish, like they actually serve as like fish food. Believe it or not, mosquitoes serve as fish food. Like, not mosquitoes themselves, but their eggs do. Because they often have eggs in areas where there's like water or some kind of wetness going on. Their eggs or whatever is a food source for fish. So if you got rid of all mosquitoes on the planet, a lot of fish would just cease to exist. And then the birds, like hawks and certain things that feed off those fish, would also die. And then the animals or the other animals that the hawks or like eagles and stuff like that hunt besides fish would also, their population would, become out of control. So literally killing one tiny bug would fuck up a whole lot. It might not seem like a lot, but it is. I say just regulate, the insects in your area. Like, around my house, I deal with, wasps and stuff like that. Like, I don't want them near my house. I don't want them around where they can just randomly dive bomb me just for being near them, because they will do that. But I'm not gonna make it my life's mission to like get rid of them. Sometimes when I walk outside at night, I wear like some kind of bug spray, and I'll even also wear like some kind of fuck, I forgot what I was saying. My brain just went blank. Sometimes I also walk outside at night with like an electric tennis racket. It's a bug zapper, and I'll just swing that thing around. Possums don't eat ticks. You ever go deer hunting? I've done it once when I was a kid. It's been a long time. It's something I do want to do again. Like, I actually want to go deer hunt again. I know the season is like, I think September to like November or December, which is like mating season. And again, the reason is so you can ensure that the deer will populate the earth, and any deer that's, gets subtracted will get replaced, or at least that's the thought process behind it. And the reason why you would want to go for like a big strong buck with a big rack is because that buck has probably had a lot of time to spread his genes around and populate the earth and whatnot. Oh, definitely, bro. If I'm ever out that way, or I go out that way for, that, definitely, bro. It's been a long time since I've been in the woods, so I definitely wouldn't want to go alone. I'm not saying I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm doing, but like, it's definitely something where like I would probably need like a little bit of a refresher, because it has been so long. The last time I was ever in the woods hunting or doing anything was when I was a kid, and I'm 27, so that was like 20 years ago. Oh yeah, I'm also looking into getting a 10 to 14 point bucks. Oh hell yeah, dude. I would love to be able to hunt my first buck. That'd be cool. I'm looking into getting a CVA Wolf V2 muzzleloader. Why am I getting a muzzleloader instead of an actual gun? Well, because in the past, I've had issues with like mental health, mainly due to like whenever I've gotten sick a couple of times. Like, there was one time where I ended up getting sick and I had a fever so bad it kind of made me go a little off the rails. So I don't think I'll be able to actually get a legit firearm because of that. But I know I can buy like a bow and a muzzleloader, so I'm gonna do that. Plus, I don't really care for Uncle Sam. I don't really care for Uncle Sam being in my business anyway. So, in my opinion, I don't think there should be any kind of fucking gun regulations in all. I don't. I think it should be like the Wild Wild West, but that's just my opinion. I don't think we should have warning labels on stuff either. But again, that's my opinion. That's how I feel. I say fuck around and find out. But maybe that's just because I was raised by, like, my mom was from Gen X, so, like, they're the generation that came up with the term fuck around and find out. Like, you know, my mom, anytime I would fall, like, and whatnot, she would always tell me to get up, stop crying, or if she ever gave me a whooping, stop crying or I'm going to give you something to cry about type shit. Like, my mom was, in some ways, tough as nails. She was hard on me, but I'm glad she was. Looking at everyone else in the world, like, my God, people are such pussies. Like, geez, some people are just so damn soft for no reason. Like, it must be miserable being like that. I can't imagine. It's gotta be exhausting. My mom left when I was 4. Damn. Oh, it seems like he turned out relatively okay, man. Let me guess, were you raised by your father? I was raised by my mom most of my life, so... But my mom did alright with me. Looking at how it would have been the other way around, and... whatnot, like, I did okay with my mom. I mean, she wasn't perfect. She definitely put me in some situations that I probably shouldn't have been in as a kid, and I experienced a lot of things that, you know, I probably shouldn't have had to as a kid, but it made me stronger as an adult. Yeah, but, like, my mom, I understand now growing up why my mom was so hard on me and why she was, in some ways, insensitive, if that makes sense. Whenever I would complain about something or cry. Because that's legit how the world is to you as a man. As an adult, like, I get it now. Like, granted, like, I don't think she should have been with some of the guys that she was with that were, like, abusive to me and my sister and this, that, and yada, yada, yada. But, like, I understand why she was kind of cold in some ways. As an adult, I can understand, but as a kid, like, it didn't make any sense to me. As a kid, I just looked at her like she was cruel, like one of the cruelest people on the planet. But as a man, I'm like, you know, some of the things she did, I get it now. She had to be essentially in, you know, raising me. She had to be the mom and, you know, the dad. Now, my dad, I met my dad, and after meeting him, like, I can understand why. In some ways, my mom kept me away from him. And it's just simply because... How do I explain this? I've seen this with my sister. Like, the way he raised my sister, like, all he did to her... I'm 17. I understand everything you're saying. hey, you got a good head on your shoulders, man. For you to be 17 and be able to understand everything I'm saying and it makes sense to you, that's a good sign, man. But like I look at how he raised my little sister, and I mean I've tried to be a somewhat positive influence on her life. I pretty much am, you know, kind of to my little sister in some ways, not all, the way that my mom was to me growing up. Like when she starts like getting upset about something or crying or like I always like try to show her in some ways a little bit of tough love, but I'm soft with her to an extent, but I don't baby her because the world out there just does not give a fuck at all. Like the world does not care how much you like are going through. Like the world's gonna keep spinning. It doesn't matter if you're depressed, if you're sad, or going through something. The world does not give a fuck. And if you just lay down and take it, the world's just gonna pound you raw. I know that might be a little uh, you know, that might be a little vulgar to say it like that, but it's true. Uh, you got a stepsister like that. But like no, when I say I'm hard on my sister, like every time she says something or like it's like, what is that to something that should be common sense? Like in my Discord server, there's like a whole thing dedicated to her like misspelling certain words and having quote unquote blind moments because that's the way my mom taught me. That's the way my mother raised me. Every time I asked a dumb question or something that should be like common sense, or like in this day and age, something that could easily be like Googled on this device right here, I'm like, bruh, there's no fucking way. You know what I mean? Hold up. I'm checking my notifications for something real quick. Okay. But the reason I'm like that is because it's the only way I know how to teach somebody when they're fucking up. Like, because also, one thing that one thing my mom would also do is she would also, fuck, I'm trying to do like 5 things at once right now. My phone is wigging the fuck out right now. Give me a second. Alright, I'm gonna stop this right quick. I'm just gonna say here. Oh, she was older than me, and we lived together for a little bit, and she taught me how to read. Yeah, that's one thing I've always tried to do is teach her. Like, anytime I've ever, like, roasted her or made fun of her, I've always tried to make it a teachable moment. After all the jokes and the laughing's done, I tell her exactly why. And the thing is like, I'm trying to prepare her for the real world because if, like, some of the stuff I say is relatively, like, mild, it's just, like, banter in a way. What I'm saying and the stuff I've said is nowhere near as bad as it, you know, could be. And I just realized that as her, you know, as her big brother, it's kind of my job, uh, you know, to prepare her for the real world. I'm trying to swap out my charger cable. I think this charger cable is dog shit. Give me a minute. I think it finally took a crap. Where the fuck did it just go? Bro, it just fucking vanished into the fucking stratosphere. What the hell? Alright. I got so many wires tangled up over here and shit. Like, it's a rat's nest. I need to figure it out. But I'm just going to unhook that one. I'm going to plug this one in. Because this is a fresh wire. I'm going to hook this up here. Like so. And then hope that makes a difference. Because Okay. I hope that fuck. Oh yes, it's working. It's actually working now. Cause my phone was plugged up on the charger, but it wasn't charging. Try GPS monitor. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help me with trees. Um, but like, okay, there was one time where I think whenever I was hard on her, I think I was justified. And let me explain this to you as soon as I remove this old wire and just toss it over here in this tote. Sorry, I suck at multitasking. I'm dog shit at it. I'm trying, but I'm not that great at it. All right. So let's continue. Um, so um, one time we was looking at a weather radar, right? And she even went to Google Maps, and she couldn't figure out where Oklahoma was. Now this she's got it figured out now because I done drilled it into her head, and so did some of my friends in Discord was making fun of her and making jokes, and until she finally decided to not be an idiot and learn it, so no one can make fun of her for it anymore. Again, that's the only way I know how to teach her, and obviously she's my little sister, so of course me being her sibling, I'm gonna be kind of an asshole. So. Nobody else taught her that information, so it was my job, and that's the only way I know how to teach her. Like, hey, dumbass, quit being a dumbass, dumbass. Here's why you was being a dumbass. Here's how to not be one. Again, because that's how I was raised. But like, literally one time, she couldn't find it, and I said, Arkansas is, directly south of us. We was talking about some storms at the time. And she literally said in the chat, and I kid you not, she said, south is down, right? Real quick, what tractor is that in game? I think that might be mine in real life. Hold on, let me go ahead and turn this off and we'll see. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Is south down? You're looking at Google Maps and you telling me you can't find Arkansas when we're right there on the fucking border practically? Oh, bruh. I about had a whole coming for it over that one. Common sense, exactly. And that's why I was so hard on her, because had anybody else, New Holland T8050. Like, us making the jokes that we was making and just kind of making fun of her and calling her an idiot and saying she should know that basic information, at least know this, like, you don't got to know where every state is in the U.S., but you should at least, somewhat know the states that border your state. Bare minimum, I think you should at least know that. Okay? So the states that border Missouri, you have Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois. It's 8 states. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Bought it new in 2010. That's what's up. We don't talk to Michigan that much. I have a friend that lives up there in Michigan. Man, I know it's got to be brutally fucking cold up there in the winter. I've actually been considering at some point moving up north somewhere. Just not right now in my life, but at some point I do want to. Here's why. Alright, I'm gonna straight up tell you why. As I've gotten older, I've come to realize that my body is not as well adept to the heat as much as it used to be. And living down here in, southern Missouri, practically, right on the border of Arkansas, we get that fucking humid ass, like, we got rivers, creeks, streams, marshes, lakes. Like, the Ozarks is so much fucking water. Like, I've also found that to some degree, all right, at a certain point, I can take the cold a lot better than I can the heat. All right. So, if I bundle up decent enough, I've worked out in 1 degree before. Once there was one year where it got down to like I think it was back in like 2023 or four, or like the winter of 2024. It got down to like 1 degree in Mountain Home, Arkansas. I was down there, working or whatever, and we literally drove through a freaking blizzard. And I was outside that next day after the roads were cleared, working, doing inventory in the Home Depot we was working in, outside and outside garden in 1 degree temp, and the wind was blowing a little bit. I had a face shield, I had gloves, I had a jacket on, some thermals, some jeans, a pair of waterproof boots, and then I had like a heavy coat on over top of it. I was able to handle that a lot better than I am able to go outside and work in the summer temps we get here. It's okay. It's not like what Texas has been getting. Okay, but you have to understand something. When it hits 95 degrees Fahrenheit, like base temperature here, it gets humid, bro. It's so miserable. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, maybe it's because... Okay, so where I'm at, I'm kind of, like, by the boot heel of Missouri. Like, in that general area. Like, if you take and you go, like, just a little bit over on Missouri and you kind of do like that, that's kind of like southeast Missouri. That's part of the tri-state area that's shared with, like, Illinois and Tennessee. That's the tri-state area. So I'm kind of in that general region. It gets so fucking humid, dude. It is miserable, dude. Like, and it'll stay like that for weeks, sometimes even a whole month. It'll be like 95 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit with fucking heat indexes well over 100, and it just sucks. Like, yeah, I hate it. Like, this is home. It's familiar to me. And, this is where my family is. This is, I like Missouri because it's home. But my God. Like, when it's like 95 or 100 degrees and the heat index is over 100, had to unthaw a gas meter. Yeah, I know the North has its own like list of challenges and problems, but there's a couple of states that I was looking at. Let's see. I was looking at Minnesota. I like Minnesota. It's actually somewhat alright. And then Wisconsin. I liked being in Wisconsin. We don't leave the house at that point. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Because there was one year it got down to -5 here for like a whole day, and the highest it got to was like 0, literally, on the thermometer. I stayed my ass inside. So when it's blistering cold or extremely hot, I don't go outside unless I absolutely have to. But yeah, it can get pretty fucking hot down here. And when you have to, like, I live out in the country, so when you have to get outside and like work, and it's that hot consecutively for like a week and a half to 2 weeks at a time, then you have to work out in the shit, it's awful, dude. Yeah, that's kind of a smart thing to do in some ways, I guess. Hold up. Like when it's above 100. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see that. Like I know, obviously up north you get like some days out of the week, or maybe like you'll have like a period where it gets like that. But y'all, the thing is like y'all will get a somewhat of a break from it when the sun goes down. Where I live, you can fucking forget about that. Like, let me explain something to you. As soon as the sun comes up, like this morning, it was 79 degrees, and the real feel was like 92. Like, it felt like the sun was just frying you. Awful, dude. 7 or 8 o'clock in the fucking morning, and it feels like it's the afternoon already. And it'll be like that consecutively until around October, and then we get some somewhat nice weather. It's awful. I hate it. I hate it. Now I understand that no matter where you go on the globe, at least in this modern day and age, you can get fucking heat. But I've also seen that in like, more northerly areas, or areas that typically get like cold, like it's not as long, and it's not as like steady. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about the climate here during the summer. It sucks ass, dude. Summer is my least favorite season because it's too hot. I like spring, I like fall, and I somewhat like winter. Because winter here sometimes is not that bad. Like, it's pretty nice here during the winter sometimes. Like, early winter, like, the lows will be, like, maybe in the 20s, and sometimes the highs will be in, like, the 40s and 50s. But then sometimes there will be moments where, like, some heat will make its way up. And, because it's winter, it won't be, like, extremely hot. But it'll be in, like, the 70s. It's nice. But as soon as summer comes around, like June, like I would say June 21st is the summer solstice, right? From that point on, when those heat advisories kick in, you can guarantee it'll be like 79, 87 degrees, and it's going to feel like it's over 100 or in the 90s. As soon as the sun starts coming up, it's going to start just, It's awful, but in the Ozarks we got a lot of like bodies of water and shit around here. Like a lot of this, the area where I live used to be like marshland. I live near a river, so people say, "Oh, if you live near a river or a body of water, it's not that bad." Shit. Okay, when you essentially live in the middle of the country, you get a little bit of every kind of weather. We get the southern heat here to a degree. Like we get some of the weather that like Arkansas and Tennessee would get, or parts of Arkansas and Tennessee would get. And then during the winter, we can get some blistering cold. Like it can get in the single digits and sometimes the negatives. And the wind chill, yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal living here, man. Like some people might say, "Oh, this, that, and the other," and make up all kinds of fucking bullshit and say this, that, and yada yada yada. But trust me when I say that it's not fun. And there's some people on freaking Facebook that literally will say 100 degrees is better than 20. I don't like 20 degrees, I'll be honest with you. But here's the thing. If it's 20 degrees and there's no wind, you can put on a pair of jeans, maybe a hoodie, maybe some gloves, maybe something to, protect your face a little bit, and a hood over your head, maybe a beanie, and you're fine. Try fucking shielding yourself from the sun or the heat during the summer. How the fuck are you gonna get away from that? You can always put more layers on, you can only take more off. You should see all the people that want to move to the country. Are you talking about like people from like, you know, Mexico, this, that, and yada yada yada, who live in tropical regions and shit? Yeah. Or the people who come from the UK or whatever. I saw some videos of that. People who came from the UK during the 4th of July and they was like, man, I want to move here. You better, depending on where you go, you better be ready to deal with some extreme fucking heat. Like it's rich people are buying out these farms and turning the fields into houses. Oh wow. I also wouldn't be surprised if some of them were buying up some of the farms and then putting data centers and shit there. It's crazy to say that, but like real shit, that's kind of the way it seems. Alright, I think we've spent enough time fucking doing this shit for now. I still gotta clear out this chunk of forest. But we've made, as you can see, a lot of progress. I've been at this for hours. I mean, I could put a little field here or something if I wanted to. But I'm gonna take a break from this. Because, my God, that is driving me insane. I cleared out a lot of trees. Like, dude, I have work at 6, and I'd rather watch this until 5. That sucks, man. I understand, man. Hey, work is work. You know, if I start back work next week, so I won't have as much time to like live stream like I do now. I'm probably gonna take a break here in a minute and go get me something to eat because I'm kind of hungry right now. I ate before I started, but fucking hungry, dude. Hold up. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do this right quick. Okay, detach that. We're gonna set that there. Alright. I ate before I went live, but I also consumed some caffeine, and I guess that made my freaking appetite or metabolism speed up a little bit or something. I definitely feel a little hungry. Alright, yeah, I'm definitely taking a break from the trees for a minute. I'm gonna hook this back up to this. Uh, Alright, so let me go check on our factories. So, and wait, what is in here? So we got about 10,000 or 14,550 liters of total mixed ration, 10,825 liters of straw, 428 liters of chaff. Yeah, that's because I was doing this in a bunker at one point. That's why there's this concrete right here. There used to be a bunker in this spot, but now we have this in replace of it. We have almost 80,000 liters of silage. How much hay do we have now? Oh, this thing is actually drying it pretty quick. We got 16,000 something liters of hay. So literally in no time, as soon as the wheat's ready, we will be ready to harvest straw and then start getting some TMR made, which will help us get to our goal of being self sufficient. But I'm gonna do something right quick too. Uh, it's because you've ate with Nick. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably that. Yeah, that's probably what's making me hungry. Okay, so I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna quit and I'm gonna reload this. Cause otherwise you'll just keep seeing the ghost of all the trees I freaking chopped down. And I don't want to keep doing that, so hold up. Trying to put my freaking uh, put my shoes on. I don't like walking around the house without having shoes. They're like shoes, but they're slippers because I like to save time wherever I can. And if I can just get up and then get going, because I spend enough time, you know, cleaning, showering, putting clothes on, making sure everything's in my pockets where it's supposed to be. I can just get up and then be gone. I'm gonna go ahead and load into this. Okay, I need some food. Let's see. What do I have that I can prepare really fast? I have a bunch of stuff I can put in the microwave. I think I have some pizza rolls. I'll probably go throw some of those on a plate and then put them in the microwave. It's the only thing I really have right now that I can just whip up. And friend you on Facebook? Oh, sure, man. Joseph, T. Parrish, I believe. Yeah, yeah. I'll check my phone when I get back. I'm gonna go get me some food in the microwave. I'm fucking starving. And also, when I get back, I think I'm gonna take me a little sip of this whiskey right here. Help level myself a little bit. I like this game. Sometimes staring at this screen for a little bit, just I need a break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some food. I'm hungry. Let's take this. I have to friend you in the morning on Facebook. Oh, hold on. Let me go see. Let me see. No, that's not it. No. Okay. I found you. Got a picture of a Polaris. You should have got a request. Okay. So, I need to go see how much exactly I cleared out. Alright, we're gonna take grandfather's old truck. Yep. That's my Facebook, man. I also have a weather page where I'll often talk about weather. It's called JP and then WX, which is, you know, Wix or weather. Damn, I cleared out a lot. All that used to be forest. Oh, looks like I'll have some room for a nice little field here at some point. I still got that to clear out, but... I went ham when I was clearing out those trees. And no problem, man. You seem chill, man. Seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. I like having people like that around me. Alright. So that's good. I can get some, probably get some expansion started over there. Hey. I need to buy a plow, and I think I'm going to use this big boy to use it. I haven't really got to use this thing much, and I really want to, so I need to go buy a plow. So 370 horsepower. I don't think it matters if it has a high or a low hitch. Maybe it does. We'll find out. Huh. An attach on the rear? So wait a minute. You tell me at some point if I wanted to plow and then like collect stones or something, I probably could. I'll go ahead and put that on there for $1,000. Why not? Alright, I need to find somewhere to put the fucking plow. Because that's the cultivator. But I need to go get a field made. Yeah, we have a similar lifestyle. I mean, I don't, work on a farm, but I have, I have experience working on farms and stuff, at least in the past. It's been a while. I love being out in, nature and stuff like that. It's always a lot more peaceful. Man, this thing is sure slow. It's not made to be fast, though. It's a powerhouse. 470 horsepower. We have over 100 horsepower than what we need to use the plow. Now I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this land. That's something I'm going to have to think about. Because I don't really have I don't really have a clue what exactly I'm gonna do with this this new property. Oh yeah, that was at one point when I was testing out some equipment. That grass is still there. We're gonna go in here and get this plow. This thing's massive, by the way. I should have painted it the color of this tractor because I think we're gonna keep this as our plow mule. It's not fast, but there's just something about this big ass Ford tractor that I just like. Oh no! I can't use this tractor for that. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, I'm still going to keep this damn thing on the farm because I spent, at least for now, I spent a lot of money on it. Now, there is another tractor I could get to replace it. I'm going to buy one. But I'm going to put this back on the farm. We'll just use it for the cultivation. Because it can use just about any cultivator we have. And I just bought it. I don't want to get rid of it. Yeah, it don't have a... Wait, hold up. Actually, go back. Can I put one on the back of this? That's a good question. I don't think I can. Let me go see. Let me go see. Since we're here at the shop, let's just figure it out. If I can put a 3-point on it, I will. And then I don't have to spend almost $90,000 on another tractor. That would be nice. Please. For the love of God. Oh no! We can't. That's unfortunate. That's okay. Yeah, I went there, man. There's literally no option for... plow adapter? Where would I find that, man? Yeah. Attachments. But see, here's the thing. When I went there and I looked, bro, I'll go back and I'll show you again. There's no... I don't know, maybe I didn't look hard enough, but I'm pretty sure the only thing I can do is put a weight on the back, bro. Dude, look at this. Oh, I see what you're saying. Fuck. Oh my god, barrels? Fuck, I don't know where I'm looking for this, man. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. No. So I should wait. No, it wouldn't be in weights. Okay, so you know what? Hold on. Save. Let's go see if we can get one. Let's not panic yet. Now I know where the like general idea of where to find it. I can do that. That's for a skid stick. Wait. Yeah, that's for a skid steer though. Let's keep looking. I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and add that just in case. But we'll keep looking. That's not it. That's kind of it. I don't think that's quite what we're looking for, though. Plows? Hold on. That's 8 meters, bro. I ain't using that shit. I'll get that because that might be useful later. Yeah, I know that would work. My tractor doesn't have enough power to use that. Hold on. We'll go ahead and add it. Why not? Oh, look at some of these. I think yeah, I have that mod. All right, I'm also gonna go back to miscellaneous. I want to look at these real quick because there's probably. Hold up. Hold on. Red. Go to that red trailer that you said might work. Red trailer. Hold on. I wonder if there's some kind of weird. No, that looks like that attaches 3-point. Almost. Almost. Rope and chain. Huh. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yep. That. That might do it. I think that'll give me a 3-point. Okay. So let's go back. Let's try this again. Oh my god. I about had a fucking aneurysm over that one. Alright, I'm gonna go grab my freaking food. I'll be right back, guys. I need my food. Fuck off, mosquito. Got him. That's a bad thing about living down here where it's humid as hell and there's swamps, marshes, and water and shit everywhere. Mosquitoes, fucking dicks. Yeah, that one wouldn't do it. I just wanted to look at it anyway. You know what? I know it's a skid steer tool, but I saw it hook up to no. It needs a 3 point. It needs a 3 point. What's that trailer at? What's that little adapter? Hold up. We gotta. I think that's the color of the tractor. You know, fuck it. We're just gonna go for jet black. All right, let's go see if this works. Please tell me, for the love of God, this works. You have any screens in the windows, and a few of them. But I also have an air conditioner in the window too. I sealed it up as tight as I can, but you know. Hey! Okay, so note to self. It's more like $95,000 for the plow. You see why I wanted the plow now? Doesn't make sense. It's gonna make light work or whatever I want to do. I'm just happy I didn't have to spend another $90,000 just to pull a plow behind my tractor. Or to pull the plow with the tractor. Because that would have stung. Yeah, it probably is. Worst case scenario, I scrap this tractor and I go buy a case for half the cost of this and I get 600 horsepower. Worst case scenario. Alright. Oh, yeah. You're not kidding. My God. Oh, oh, it's. I mean, it's doing it. Oh, look at how close that was. Oh, shit, dude. Hold on. I need to see where my property line is. Because this is going to be a very large field. I plan on making this field absolutely enormous. Enormous. Blah, blah, blah. Enormous. So right there's the property line. We're right there on it. Okay, so I need to lift this thing. And I need to turn. Uh, I played a lot on Farm Sim 22. I don't know how many hours I got on this. I know I got more than a month into this game. I'm not exactly sure about my total like playtime in terms of hours. Good lord, I can't speak English. Forgive me. Good. Uh, I have no idea what I want to play in here yet. That's a big ass field. That thing is giant. Alright, hold on. I'm doing it. I'm getting annoyed. I'm sorry. Bye bye, Ford. Sorry. I have a better idea. You'll see here in a minute. So, for the amount of money I bought that tractor for, right? Let's go and look at large tractors. I'm gonna get another large tractor. Don't you fret your little soul about that one. But just give me a minute to go down. $600 horsepower, $82,400. Hold on. We're going to put the front weight on it because it's going to be pulling plows and stuff like that. Let's see. What do we got? All right. I can get a Steiger with 600 horsepower for under $90,000. Manual power shift, tracks, so it doesn't sink into the dirt. Can't beat it. It's a 90s model. But that doesn't matter. 600 horsepower is still 600 horsepower. And for the amount of money, can't beat it. This tractor will pull anything. It's also like 5 miles an hour faster too. It's not fast, but it doesn't need to be. You're about to notice the difference right away. The biggest cultivator in the game, which requires like 550 horsepower, I believe, or 500, it'll pull it. It'll pull it. Now you remember how much that Ford was struggling, right? Now, granted, it didn't have 600 horsepower; it had 470. So, the other one with the quad tires or whatever, or the tires can have 620 horse. It's a little bit more. I just chose to get the one with tracks because it doesn't sink into the dirt. Come on. Oh, it's dragging ass. Oh yeah, I forgot about that feature of the fucking plow. So maybe I should have got that little adapter thing. Okay. Got stuck this year in this tractor. Damn. Okay. So just out of curiosity, let me go look at the plow right quick. Because I think I can adjust the hitch. I can have a low hitch on it. So this is the high hitch. I can put the low hitch. Alright, give me a minute. Let me go fix that. Because this, I think this one has a high hitch on it. And use the low one. So when it lowers, it doesn't lift the ass end up. I know in real life it doesn't work like that, but in the game it does. What the fuck? Why does it do that? I've never had that issue before. I guess that's an issue with this mod and that one. Okay, y'all are gonna make me do something very diabolical, game. Okay, so maybe I did need that little trailer thing. That's okay. Yeah, man, get you some rest, dude. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get this figured out. I guess I'm gonna go buy that little attacher because apparently I need it. I'm not gonna lie though, it did make maneuvering a lot easier with it. I'll have to go back to the shop and grab it. Yep, there we go. Now we're going back to the shop. Because I think I made a fucky. It's okay. Sometimes you have this problem whenever you get equipment. Sometimes it's not always interchangeable. Alright. Yeah, that's what I needed was food. I feel a lot better after eating. I still got some more left here. I'm going to be eating a little bit here, there. I was fucking starving, so I heated up a lot of them. Sometimes I'll go like not really super super long periods, but like probably longer than I should sometimes without eating. Or like I'll eat like a bird and then I'll be fucking starving. And that was one of those moments. My body's like calorie deficiency. I'm also, you know, in the process of trying to like lose some weight, so I'm trying to be careful. Good lord, now I can't even back this up right. This fucking shit is fucking with me, bro. The steering on this is so fucking sensitive, dude. It's gonna work. That thing's elevated on the ground, but it doesn't fucking matter. Let's lift the plow. It lifts the rear end up a little bit, but it's bearable. Oh, it flings that shit around too. Oh my god, what am I doing right now? Why am I driving like a retard? I'm getting annoyed by myself. Wee. Wee. I mean, if it works, is it really a dumb idea? Alright. Let's keep on rolling. And follow plow. There we go. Look at that. I'm pushing a piece of a tree. Damn, this field is massive. Thing is, like, what am I gonna plant here? Okay, I need to plant something that makes sense, right? Yeah, all that was forced, and I cleared it all out. Oh my god. This is very unorthodox. Well, we'll figure out something else at some point because clearly this ain't gonna work. So there's another tractor I'll get at some point that I'm pretty confident will work okay with this. I mean, it's not struggling to pull it. I did say that it would yank it. Okay, you gotta finesse this setup a little bit. Yeah, it takes a little bit of finessing, but like it works. I just want to get back to farming after cutting all those damn trees out. Like I cleared out pretty much an entire fucking forest. That's crazy. Even with all that flinging around, this thing just does not care. This is like the most retarded way to do something and probably the most unproductive way. This is not the way I would recommend at all. Like, I'm probably gonna sell this plow and this for now and then figure out something else later because that's not gonna work out for me long term. We got ourselves another field though, right there behind the trees. And all we really have to do is clear out that little bit right there. I could have that field like going on the inside of that right there like that. I don't know, I feel like that might be overkill. I think we'll leave that little bit of forested right there. I think it kind of gives the farm a little bit of character. Having that little bit of forested area there. Oh my god. Yeah, we're... Hold up. Yeah, we're gonna sell that because that's not gonna work long term. It's just not, y'all. Like, there's no fucking way. It was funny though for entertainment purposes, definitely, and it worked. It got the job completed, but like, yeah. How about no? Also, now that this thing essentially, okay. Oh, we have a new field now. Now that that essentially replaced the Ford, can it even hook up to the cultivator? I guess that's something we should figure out. Oh no. No! Wait a damn minute. Hold on, y'all. God fucking damn it. Hold on. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I didn't turn the other mods on. God damn it. I'm fucking panicking now. Not like panicking, but like my nerves are like a little bit. I'm gonna put a little bit of a fire in my belly to help tame that.
All around the world, farmers.
Oh, dude! As soon as I poured it, I could smell that smell of fucking cinnamon, dude.
Like life, you know it can be.
Love that smell. Give me a minute. Dude, I don't know what the fuck just happened. I just blunder after blunder. What is going on? Like, I haven't had anything to drink yet. I'm about to drink something, but I'm fucking acting like I'm fucking on another goddamn planet right now or some shit. Like I'm not here on Earth or something. Like my fucking soul is somewhere else. What the fuck? Hold up, I'm gonna go dump that out. There's something in my freaking glass, and that sucks because I gotta waste whiskey. I don't know if like maybe when I was doing something earlier and they're sitting here, some dirt or something got in there, but I ain't drinking that shit. That fucking sucks. I cleaned it out not too long ago too. Son of a bitch. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna go dump my whiskey glass out and then give it a good rinse. And when I get back, I'll pour another one. God damn it. Okay. Alright. I'm back. I cleaned it. Yeah, there was like some dirt or something in it. Or some ash. Probably from when I lit a cigar earlier or something like that. I put it out like right here on this piece of wood. This glass was kind of under it, and I was over here moving some stuff around, so I probably knocked some off in it. It looked like dirt, but it was probably ash. I don't normally smoke, I mostly vape, but I wanted one, so I was like, yeah, fuck it, I got one laying around. Okay. Alright. So how much progress did we lose? Because I swear to God, if I have to cut that entire goddamn forest again, I'm going to delete this game. I'm not cutting that forest again. Game, you can choke on my cock and balls. Okay, so we're here at this point when we was getting the tractor. We're good. I was about to lose my fucking shit, y'all. I was about to lose my shit. Legit. I would have come in here and been like, well, that's the end of the fucking stream. I would have come back eventually and then, you know, tried to start over, but you know what? $15, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just turn that on. Because though that's not a big deal, it could have been. Okay. I got a better idea, y'all. So, front weight. Barely affects the suspension, but we're going to put the weight on there. Okay, alright. So, now what we're going to do is I'm going to purchase this. And I'm going to go buy something that's really fucking expensive, but it's a cultivator. So now that we have a new cultivator, and our fields are pretty much in open plains, where's that other one? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and sell that one. That's not even worth the fucking money. Now this is gonna work. This will do the job that the plow did. This is like 24 meters, and that was like 26. So we're only losing like 2 meters of width. And this requires like 500 horsepower, but it cultivates, and it also, you can create fields with it. Oh, God, I gotta do this again. It's so annoying. At least it was just that, though. At least it was just that. And not the entire forest being deleted. Oh my God, if I had to delete that entire forest again, I would have just said fuck it. I'm not even kidding. See, at least with this one, it doesn't fling around, so it's more stable. We don't have to have all that other nonsense. Or all right. Give me a minute. Oh, I went over the fucking line a little bit. Shit. Well, whatever. We're just gonna keep going. If I have to, I can go back later and paint grass over that. Oh yeah, see, this also does the role of smoothing out the ground, so I don't have to go back and then run it over with something to make it smooth, so I'm not through the damn field later. Yeah, this was a much better investment. I don't know why I didn't just get this one when I got that Ford. I don't know what was going through my head, guys. Damn it, man. There we go. Smooth that out a little bit. And of course, there's still pieces of lumber around here. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. Let's just get this field done. Yeah, we're gonna get this shit done. We spent a lot of time getting this cleared out so we could put a field here. But yeah, see, this looks really good. Trying to lock in. Oh, that did a little bit right there, but you know, hey. Oh, fun fact, whenever I started my farm, I had like a little panic moment in the beginning where I leased one of these cultivators, and I think it was a big bud tractor so I could get the job done quickly. Because I needed a field in order to sustain the farm because the grass wasn't growing fast enough. And I realized if I didn't do something right then and there, I was going to go fucking bankrupt, and I was like, ain't no way in hell. So, yeah, this quickly helped me get that field over there, the grass field, that bought all of this property done. What do I plant here? Anyone watching have any suggestions? I'm running a cattle farm. I got wheat in that other field. So when it comes time to plant, do I just plant like another crop, or do I just put more grass here? I think I got plenty of grass. Hmm. It has to be something that's gonna make sense for the farm. Hmm. Wheat. More wheat might not be a bad idea. What about oats? I wonder, is there any way, right? Is there any way? Do you get straw from oats? It's a grain. I'm gonna have to look this up because I've never. Oh, we're bogging a little bit up the hill. This is a pretty steep grade though. But I mean, it's pulling up it though. I still ain't poured my shot of whiskey. Come on, 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 come on. Come on, tractor. Yeah, the terrain in this map is kind of rough. Alright. That should definitely speed up. Well, that explains why I was getting bogged. Oh yeah, I forgot about that piece of wood that I ended up moving out of the field. There we go. There we go. Look at that. I just thought about this. I could probably put another grass field around the cattle barn. I'll see. I can also put something here or something. But let's see. Let's see if it's even possible right there. I mean, I know it is, but like, I might just go ahead and make like a little field around the building, and then leave like an area where like the in and out and stuff is, and then like a little space around the building. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do that with this big ass thing, but. Oh no, I'm cutting into the road, motherfucker. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, this was probably a mistake. It's too fucking late now, and I went past. No, I didn't. Mm-mm. Okay, alright, saving. Yep, auto saving. So it's gonna save that. I'm gonna fix the fucking road, because if not, that's gonna drive me absolutely fucking bonkers. Paint, what is it? Asphalt? No, no, it's gravel, it's gravel, it's gravel. Hey, look, it's not perfect, but god damn it, man. Here we go again. Just I couldn't leave well enough alone. I had to keep fucking with it. Okay. give me a minute, because I'm trying to line this up right, or at least as good as I can. Okay. God damn it. Oh. Okay, I can patch that a little bit up. This is going to be kind of a disaster in the beginning. I'll get it figured out. It's just, it's going to take a minute. Hmm. Hmm. I might not do nothing with that one, but that's there if I need, something. I don't know, I think if I do that right, though, it might actually look really good. I do need some, or like a smaller cultivator or something for this field, though. Mm. Okay. Okay. I probably should have made this field before I made this building or put it here and got the cattle in here, but I didn't think about that until now, and I probably should have scooted it back further. I don't think I planned on really growing anything there. Hmm. I think I'm gonna put some grass or something in here. Okay, I'm gonna make sure at some point that I take and expand this out a little more, and then eventually I'm gonna stretch this out this way. As for what I'm gonna do with that, I don't fucking know. But I know this, I'd like to get to some farming. because all I've been doing is, prep work, this, that, and yada, 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 which is good. I needed to get all that done, but, um, one more thing though. I thought about this. Hold on. We're gonna go lime and fertilize that new field, both of them. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hold on. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm. All right. We're just gonna keep it like this. It's probably not ideal, but like we're just gonna get this field somewhat prepped. We do it like this, and then we won't have to go back and lime this for a little bit. I should have just went full tilt, but Alright, we're getting her done. There we go, and just like that, we got this field lined. So we can sell back what we didn't use. Oh my god, why is this in the field? Give me this. This shit's in my goddamn field. Yeah, all of this was once forest. All that is left is that forest in there. So I'm gonna do something right quick because I just realized. Alright, there we go. Looks better. I'll probably lay down some asphalt there and then away from it. Or gravel. But we got this. Oh yeah. I mean, we're making some headway. I still don't know what I'm going to do with that field yet, but I'm going to figure it out. We got 27 grand back. I'll take it. Now this next part is going to be the expensive part. This is going to be the one that's going to take like 140K out of the bank. Oof. This hurts. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Why is this not recommending anything I want to listen to right now? Like, YouTube, what are you doing? Alright, you know what? Actually, I'll play that. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and fertilize the field. We're going to crank the nitrogen shit way the fuck up through the roof. Give me a minute. There we go. Alright, that's as high as I can crank it. I had to pull into a field to crank it up higher. You'll see why. You see how this field is red? The nitrogen? Now watch this shit. Look at that. Practically the entire field is green. So whenever we do plant something here, there's going to be plenty of nitrogen. We're about to lose some speed up this hill. So once I get this done, the soil is going to be prepped. So all I have to do when the time comes is just plant whatever I want to plant in it. I'm going to do some research though. I might do this as an oat field so I can have like a crop that'll be ready in like, you know, every couple of months, kind of along with the grass. I don't have access to this land. Yeah, but you don't have access to this dick in your mouth either, but we don't have to say that, do we? That's kind of a given. Hold up. I missed a couple of spots. Turn around and grab that, and then grab that little edge right there. I got it. And look at that, we're almost done already. A field that was completely red in nitrogen is gonna be fully locked and loaded, ready to grow crops. That's a big ass field, so whatever I plant there has to make sense for the farm. That's something I gotta keep in mind when I'm doing this shit. It has to make sense for the farm. And I missed that little bit right there. I'm gonna get that on the way back. Like, it's a cattle farm, so it has to benefit cattle in some way, shape, or form. Alright. First thing I want to do is see how much yield I get from the wheat, like straw-wise. And then, you know, hay and all that shit that I get from the grass harvest I do every couple of months. And if that, like, doesn't equal out, then I'll figure out what to do with this field right here, which is probably going to be another grass field. I think it makes sense. There's a cattle barn there. It makes sense to me to put grass there. So, we'll see. That does look really good. At some point, I'd like to reach that field up all the way over there, or put another field up there on that hill. Oh wait, nope. Turn that back on. Hold on, y'all. I fucked up. Alright, the nitrogen on this field is good. The nitrogen on actually, you know what? Hold on. Pause for a minute. This wheat isn't fully grown yet. So can we get this nitrogen up there? Oh, yes, the fuck we can. I thought we was gonna have to deal with the shitty soil, but no. We still had a good chunk of stuff in here, so I figured, you know what, why not go see if we can do it? And then I can get the nitrogen levels up in all of my fields. Which would be absolutely fucking fantastic. Because then I don't have to worry about the yield being shitty. I'll get a good yield of, you know, hay or wheat and maybe straw, which would be fantastic. I'm kind of using this as a guide to help me get the rest of the crops. Let me see. There's like a little area like right in here. Is it not getting it? Is that what's going on? Or is that an area where nothing's planted there? Alright, well. That field is now completely green, practically now. So those are really good nitrogen levels. That's where you want to be. You want to be in the green. It's a very expensive endeavor, but I should make my money back and then some from selling that fertilizer. But now, while that's doing that, we'll go ahead and let the autosave interval do its thing. pH is not the greatest. Um, that's okay. And this is too high in some spots. But nitrogen levels, some areas are around like 200 kilograms a acre, and then a good chunk of it's 220 kilograms an acre. That's what you want. That is 100% what you want. Like, that's like the game will be like, oh, it's best here. Like, bullshit. Okay, so we gotta. Oh, wow. Wait, we made how much money back? Alright, well, whatever. We're just gonna pull this right here. Shut her off. I don't think we really have anything else we need to do right now. We just need to get the wheat to grow so we can harvest it and figure out how much straw we're gonna get. Mm-mm. All right. Hmm? Yeah, it's not active. None of these are active, so why in the hell is it saying? Oh, wheat's done. Um, I have realized the problem now. Alright, I guess we're probably going to end up using our harvester as a hopper for now. Or the hopper and the harvester for a silo. Because I can upgrade this too. Yeah, it's already upgraded to 5 million capacity, so... Alright, we need to see how much our yield's going to be from this. So I'll go ahead and unfold this thing. Alright, I'm hoping we get a good amount of straw from this field, because if not, we got some work we gotta do in that department. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna need to clear out some of those trees. $5,000. The yields are kind of meh, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the yield on the wheat is kind of dog. I mean, we might get enough straw out of this, we'll see, but... Alright, look at that. Our first wheat harvest. This is the first crop we've harvested on this farm that has not been related to, well, grass. That'll be up next though, but before we get that planted, we gotta get the plow out here. And I'm gonna get the tree be going, and I'm gonna knock some of those trees back to give me a little bit of cushion. No GPS, no steering assist. Right now, just this is all me. Wait, no, I have a silo. I'm so retarded. I was sitting here like, what am I gonna do about this, that, and yada, yada, yada? I forgot I had a fucking silo. Like, I'm gonna have to use this as a hopper. No, I don't. I got a fucking silo. I'm a dumbass. I completely forgot about that. 20-something thousand liters of weight or yields are actually somewhat decent. I think I'm probably going to make that a wheat field, and then I think what I'll do is I'll end up connecting the two together, and this will just be one large wheat field. That seems like the logical thing to do, because I need straw and I need a good supply of it. I do want to see how much this is going to yield before I pull the trigger on that idea. But so far, it's looking like that's probably what I might have to do. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and drop this down like so. We got a pretty good amount of wheat though. We got like 30,000 liters so far. I mean, from a field like this, I would say that's decent, I think. I don't know, I've never harvested wheat before. I'm not kidding. Except for one time in the beginning of the game, and that was the last time I ever harvested wheat. That was the last and only time I ever harvested wheat. I'm gonna get every ounce of crop out of this damn field. Like, I spent hours prepping this shit, digging it out, especially that over there. Yeah, I think it'd be cool if I just, like, connect, connect, and then it's just one big ass field. I think that's what we're gonna do. Seems like the logical thing. Alright. There we go. Okay. So we'll go ahead and fold that. No, we're gonna leave that unfolded actually. And then we'll fold up the harvester because it bends that pipe to where it's not as big and bulky. And then for now, because I don't really have anything going on in this little area, at some point I plan on setting up the farmyard here, or at least building a shed here to put my equipment. That's the idea. I don't know if it's actually going to work out that way, but we'll see what happens. But the plan is to, at some point, do that. Okay, I need to get the forage wagon. Now it's time to figure out how much straw we got from this field. Let's see how many liters of straw we get, because we need a good amount of it. Okay. I mean, this is a pretty good yield of straw, though. We're over 30k. I don't think it's going to be enough to sustain the farm, though. That's what I'm saying, is like, we're going to have to see. We need to get all the ingredients together to make some TMR, and then get that cycle once speaking, which I need to go check on the cattle. And just hope and pray by the time we get our next quote-unquote wheat harvest ready, that this is, gonna be enough, which it should be. As long as, to some degree we can keep that topped off and have a good amount of TMR in there, we'll be in good hands. Over 50,000 liters of straw so far. 60,000. I don't know, this might actually do it. This one field might be... That's every 6 months, I think? I don't know how long it takes wheat to grow. I need to figure that out, though. Turn this bitch around. I mean, yeah, we got almost 80,000 liters of straw so far. No way we actually get 100,000 liters, right? If we do, that'll be fucking awesome. But we definitely need to get more wheat. And then if I have to at some point, I'll put what I need in the factory, that mixer, which I think we can top it off now. But I want to see what the final yield is going to be on this. Because I think we had like 30-something thousand liters of wheat. But the main reason for growing wheat is not really the crop yield, it's straw. And that's what, oh, we're at 93,000. Just remember what I showed you when it comes to getting crop yield. I mean, the soil is your main, you know, dictator in how much you get in terms of like soil. Oh, we got over 100,000 liters. We literally have over 100,000 liters of, oh my god, what's our final number? What's our final number? Oh wow, 102,500 right on the fucking nose. That's good. Because I think this mixer right here takes 80,000. Let's not forget that we need straw for bedding too, so that's something we also have to consider. I'm gonna get this building filled up and then I'm gonna get it running. Oh, it holds 40,000 liters of straw. Okay. So we might not need as much straw as I thought we needed. Might be enough. I still have a massive ass field though. I don't know. I know, or I'm pretty confident that they're gonna need more straw, so... Wait. This won't fit in there. This won't fit in there. I forgot about that. That's why I bought that little forage wagon. Because I literally had to. Alright, I need to check on them though. I wonder if they started producing milk. That would be a really good question, but I need to whip this thing around here and load it with straw, because I know we can do that. 73,000 liters, we got a good amount of straw in here. I don't think it takes that much to top that off, but they need straw for bedding, so yeah, we got a good hefty amount of straw though. Like, I think our straw problem is fine. But I will go ahead and get some hay and silage loaded into that factory and get it up and running, because that's going to be one of the keys to this. There's my humble little cattle barn. They still have a decent amount of food. They didn't need that much straw, so that's good. So, but I'm gonna go get some TMR and bring it back. I do have some. I had to buy it, but I do have some. So, we're gonna get this farm up and running. But we're finally getting to a point where we can run this ourselves. And that is a breath of getting fresh air like you have no idea. Alright, I'm gonna dump that in there. We're dumping the straw back in there. I'm gonna load some TMR in here. Totally mixed ration. I don't have a full thing of TMR, but I'll grab what I, can grab, and then whatever I don't need, I'll just dump back in the silo. But when I just hit my load. Whenever I get back, we'll get that field tilled up. We'll get it, planted. I don't know. Can we make silage out of straw? I think so. Hold on. Let me stop for a second because... Or, no, I don't think we can. I think it's chaff. Hold on, I need to save anyway. That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, so it has to be hay, so I can't really do much with the straw except for essentially stockpile it, and then if I need it, I guess make a little bit of spare change here or there. If I don't need it, I can sell some. But we're gonna keep these this cattle well taken care of, It might actually take that whole trailer though. Holy shit. Uh-huh. Well, that's not a good sign. That's all the cattle feed we had. Hold on. No, it's 80,000 liters of hay and 160,000 liters of... Oh, Lord. Alright, well... Hold on, is this grass ready to harvest? Yeah, we're gonna have to do it because we really don't have a choice. we need a bunch more grass. Yeah, I think our straw is good, but the exact worry I thought I was gonna have to deal with is not having enough grass and hay. Oh, damn it, man. I hate that so much, dude, because, like, that sucks, dude. There we go. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need to get a lot more grass. We might have to go grass hunting. I didn't let this finish, and the reason is because I'm in a rush. I'm trying to get this up and running. I'm literally right there on the edge of getting it done. But thing is I don't have enough grass or hay to top off that thing over there. That's kind of a problem. So I need 80,000 liters of hay, and I need 150 something thousand liters of silage. Good lord. Sorry, no, 180 or 160, I mean. I have 151. Good lord. English. Sorry, guys. Apparently I'm retarded. I've been stumbling over my words all fucking day for some odd reason. I don't know, man. Alright, well, we got almost 180,000 liters. I kind of want to overkill it because, like, I want to have some extra if need be. And thankfully, you know, this right here, I think it might be time to expand the field. Like, I genuinely think it's time to expand the grass field because it's becoming quite prevalent that we definitely need expansion on this field. I think over time everything's gonna be alright, but it's still like I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Why the fuck not? We own this property up here for a good ways. We're going fishing for a fuck ton of grass is what we're doing. And I mean, fuck, we need to trim up this way anyway, so I mean, we might as well go ahead and do it. Alright, I'm trying to figure out where the property line is, because that's where I'm gonna stop. Oh wow, we just went past it. The crazy part is, I don't think this thing really cares. But alright, I think that'll work. 200 and some thousand liters of this, so we need to try to put about like 120 something thousand liters in each silo. Wait, hold on. One will only hold like I think it's 100,000 liters. So I can dump 100,000 liters in there and we should be able to get a decent amount of hay. Or something like that. I have to go check it again. I just recently built all the stuff and I've been kind of gone for a couple of days. So getting back on here and then trying to backtrack on what I was doing, and then also after getting my fucking brain scrambled by spending hours cutting down trees instead of farming, it kind of annoyed me. Yeah. Alright, there's 62,000 liters of hay in that, so we're not going to fill up that dryer. But this one, I will dump 100,000 into it and get it running. I'll go ahead and top that off, and then whatever's left, because then we'll have like okay, how much is in here? 62,000. Hold on. Well, I need to watch this right here. I'm gonna do something. Hold on. Alright, so that should top both of these off. Okay. Alright, we got 150,000 liters of silage in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn that on because that's gonna get running and that's gonna fucking take off. And the rest of that is going into the silage pit. So, balance. We should have 200,000 liters of hay and over 200,000 liters of silage after this. And then in this silo over here we have, let's see, 31,207 liters of wheat, and then 69,078 liters of straw. So we still have a good amount of straw. That only holds about 40,000 liters at a time. Mm-hmm. So we need about 160,000 liters eventually, which we'd have in no time actually. But while that's doing that, wait, I need to turn that tractor off. I'm stupid. I don't think I did, or I probably did, and I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I did. Alright. So let's go take this one. I think the verdict is... Because we're gonna need to make money, okay? Even if, like, straw is something that's not like... Okay, we're gonna hit limit the fields. I'm gonna fold this out, and then... We're gonna get some cultivating done, but I'm gonna go ahead and connect these two fields together. And then when it comes time to plant, which I need to go ahead and get an upgraded planter if I can. I don't know if I have enough horsepower for one. I know this red tractor does, but I don't know about the other tractor. Okay, I need to go get the other tractor and the fucking tree be gone, because I'm not dealing with this. I'm not. Like, I'm just fucking done. Like, we're not going there today. I'm sorry, but we're just not dealing with this. I dealt with enough trees and enough nonsense earlier. Okay? Here's what we're not gonna do, tree. You're not gonna get in my way and interrupt me or stop me from completing my job. Okay, you're not gonna make my life a living hell or a pain in the ass. I need to go ahead and put some diesel in this. $219, that ain't that bad. Yeah, it took me forever to clear all that out over there. All that was forest, by the way. And now I'm back to clearing out trees. Just when I thought I could get a break. Nature was like, psych? You thought you could get a break from doing stuff with trees? Come, who do you think you are? How dare you think that? Alright. I just want to give me enough, cushion to where if I need to let there be a little bit of, overhang, it's not gonna collide with the fucking tree. Okay, we can leave that elm tree right there. That tree's not a problem. I am gonna grab these little shrubs though. Alright. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to go over here and look, because I know when I cut this field, I think I cut kind of close to some of these trees. Yeah, I definitely did. So, this is just for the sake of ensuring that um, yeah, we're gonna continue doing what we was doing. I think I'll probably keep this on standby for now, because I might have to move some more trees out of the way. So we'll just kind of leave that running. Oh god, of course, you know, I overshoot the fucking thing by a mile. Give me a minute. There we go. See, this is why I zoom out, so I can see where the back of the plow is. And I can steer accordingly. Alright, so I allowed it to create field. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go this way like so, like this. Alright, we're gonna lift it up. It's official, this is gonna be a wheat field. I think I might do barley, because I think, I don't know, what's worth more? Actually, hold on. Because this is essentially going to become our new cash crop, but it's got to be able to produce straw, so... 1,000 some... Okay, what about wheat? Yeah, wheat's going to be worth more. What about oats? Hold on. Just a minute. I said I was going to look at this earlier. Hold up. Can you get oats from straw in Farm Sim 25? Sorry, straw from oats. Good Lord, hold up. Do you get straw from oats in Farm Sim 25? You do get straw when you harvest oats. Oats, wheat, and barley are the three basic grain crops. Okay. So yeah, I think we're gonna plant barley next. I mean oats, not barley, sorry. We're gonna plant oats. Okay. Wait, what? Hold up. What the fuck did I just pull up? Statistics? I accidentally took a screenshot. Damn. Fertilizers used. Session 44. Oh my god. I have 694 hours in this game. I didn't realize that. I don't know. Actually, I might end up doing wheat again. Because it takes a little bit to grow, and then it gives me time to focus on other things. We got like over 100,000 liters of straw. But I don't know how much more, like, I mean, I think it would be fine if we did oats. I think oats grow every like 4 months or something like that. This is gonna be a big ass field, yo. Holy shit. I'm just now realizing this. Yeah, all of this is gonna be wheat. I think we're gonna stick with wheat. We already started growing wheat, and at some point I plan on getting chickens. So we're starting out with the cattle farm, but we just connected this small field that we had to that other larger field, so now it's one big ass field. All right, I need to fold this up. Okay, so I got both of these cut. I guess the next thing I need to do is prep the ground. Yeah, I think that's the next thing I need to do. I gotta prep the soil. So we need this thing. I gotta prep the soil on this field and that one. So I guess we're gonna start with fertilizer. Alright, I can move this out of the way. That's gonna take a moment to fill up. When I get a moment after this is done, I'm gonna work on somewhat setting up a shed or something somewhere over here in that area I cleared out, because this isn't gonna work long time or long term, it's not gonna work. Long term, this is not gonna work. Yeah, wheat ends up consuming a lot of fucking nitrogen from what I can see here. That's absolutely insane. So that is a regular occurrence or something I'll have to do at some point in the future when it comes to the field. I'm gonna get the nitrogen levels here squared away, then I'm gonna go over there and make sure that field's still good to go. Speaking of which, I think I can... And the majority of that field is, it's just where the wheat was at that I'm gonna have to do. There we go. Yep, we're gonna go ahead and get this field taken care of. We just got this somewhat freshly plowed up. Like, the little section of the field that's been plowed, we're gonna go through here and ensure that we smack that with some fertilizer and shit like that. Okay. There we go. Got that little bit right there. Wheat takes so much nitrogen out of the soil, it's insane. Okay. So the field is good. I'm gonna have to repurchase that soil information, I think. Precision farming. There we go. Now I can kind of see. Eventually, I'm gonna buy that field. I'm not gonna do it now, but okay. So nitrogen is done. We need to get the pH on the field sorted out though, so let's go sell whatever we didn't use. So the reason why I ended up topping off the trailer, one simple reason, okay? There's one simple reason why I ended up doing it. Okay? It's simple. Because whenever you're trying to get the nitrogen in the soil, restored and whatnot, it is a very inefficient process. You will burn through more fertilizer than you would ever think you would. But it does actually, help to do that. Alright, we're gonna get lime because we need to lime probably that entire fucking field. I'm gonna turn on automatic application rate for this because the lime, sometimes you can kind of get away with being in some ways a little lackluster. Yeah, I'm gonna buy way more than I need because this can hold 100,000 liters. I got the funds, so I'm gonna top it off. And then I'm gonna turn this thing on because then now it's gonna. There's a bunch of this field that's already kind of at its like target, so it's not really gonna need it. And the areas that do need it will get, what it needs. See, it's making it look like it's applying it everywhere, but it's only doing it in certain spots. I'm still gonna run over the entire field just in case there's spots where it really needs it. Like there's gonna be a few here or there. I believe the rest of that field over there is, yeah, that's well over where it needs to be. Alright, let me go ahead and start liming this field. Even though this is really not going to need it. I do this every time I harvest just to make sure I stay on top of it. Because as long as you keep the soil, where it needs to be, you're always going to consistently get good yields. The one thing you can go apeshit with is the nitrogen. There we go. So what we harvested is covered in lime. And now it's time to do the ritual of planting the wheat. I said I was going to do oats, but I thought about it, and getting a crop that's going to, just be a royal pain in my rear end to deal with. See what the nitrogen is. Lime. Okay. Total cost. Earnings. Okay. Why is my nitrogen so dog? Okay, I guess maybe I shouldn't go or ape shit with the nitrogen. Okay. Either way, we have a pretty good environmental score. Alright, I'm gonna fill this trailer up. I don't think it's gonna need it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because we gotta plant an entire wheat field. Seeds, there we go. Oh yeah, that's not a very good seed rate. Oh yeah, the seed rate in this area is dog shit though. I'm seeing that. It is absolutely terrible. God damn it, man. Fuck it, we're just gonna buy this little plot here, even though we don't need it. Just because I want to go back. Alright, we can't have a section like that in this fucking field that isn't plantable. And at some point I can put another field over here. Or do something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the steer assist for this, because if I don't, I feel like it's just gonna...
Look at that.
Looks like the way I did these little like headlands and stuff, or the way I did this outside, was a good idea.
Yeah.
Does it actually show a difference? Like, I can see it like that, but like, does it show a difference when you get up on it though? See, I made almost a perfect field.
Alright.
I mean, I guess we'll go ahead and make a lap around this and make sure, you know, if there's something I missed, I'll catch it. See what I mean? Like, this is damn near a perfect field. There's only that one part where things are a little complicated, which is wild to say. I think we're good through here. I'm gonna go up to about a certain point and then I'm gonna stop. And then I guess I'll start working on some down and backs on the bottom part of the field. We've literally done a whole lap around this field. Like, this is showing you just how large of a field this is. In case you didn't get it the first time. It is absolutely giant. There we go. We're gonna make some progress today, ladies and gents. This farm is finally gonna be a self-sustained farm. Yes, we're planting this whole thing in wheat. The seed rate right here isn't that bad. Yeah, I should have just went ahead and limed the whole field, even though it didn't need to. It would have covered it and made it look like it was, you know, limed. And then whenever it come time for me to, you know, do the thing, it wouldn't have took nowhere near as long. But it is cool that we was able to do a whole lap around most of the field without having to deal with that little, you know, squiggly bit. Good news about this is I can do a fucking U-turn like it ain't nothing. There we go. Yeah, you might not be able to see 100% where the planting is going on, but see, when you zoom out, you can see I'm just gonna use the steering assist because it's gonna help us get this done, but oh yeah, no, we can deal with that in a minute. Mhm. I mean, we've got a good chunk of this field planted already, though. I mean, it's definitely gonna take a while. Like, running a cattle farm is not like a cakewalk. It's not something that's just gonna be like easy come, easy go kind of, job. Like, it can be somewhat kind of, you know, strenuous. Like, there's a lot you have to do. Yeah, look at that. Hey man, if you want to run a cattle farm or a ranch and have it be successful, it costs to be the boss. Yeah, buddy. The cattle farm has actually came a long way. I remember when this farm first started, it was so small and it's crazy to think that all that was forest. Right, look at this shit. I think it's pretty safe to say now that we're self-sufficient. We need to make sure we can get some TMR making and then whatnot. But I think we're pretty well. All right, let me save that. As you'll see, we've already planted. Yep. Wow, we're almost done actually. So yeah, it's kind of a big field, but it's not like I don't think it's something that's not manageable with one person. Yeah, I'll get it on the way back. It's probably like a pass or two or something like that. There we go. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Look at that. We're making good progress on this. We legit are. We've used over 1,000 seeds, though. Like, that's crazy. Hmm. Sorry, it's late at night. I've been going for a while. I'm getting kind of quiet. I'm just kind of sitting back, chilling. Just focusing on the job in hand. Okay. Alright. Because we're actually doing really good on this, dude. Like, legit doing really good. Hold on. There we go. Now we got it straight. I'm sorry, I'm OCD. I have to get it perfect or almost perfect. Otherwise, I drive myself insane. I should have went down like this way, and then it is what it is. I realize that now, but it's too late to do something about it now. But we're planting a massive, massive wheat field. Like, this field is going to be huge. It's going to yield a lot of straw. It should yield a decent amount of wheat. Relatively speaking. Once I get everything kind of, where I need it, the way I need it, and man, this section of the field just takes so much seed. So all we got is that strip back, and then this right here. Cool thing about this auto drive feature is I can look over here and see what's going on. Let me refresh this. Oof, come on. Okay, so now I'm gonna keep this thing on. And keep it like this because this section of the field is complete. Alright. I'll probably end up switching to grass whenever I plant that. Okay, hold on. I didn't do it fast enough. Yeah, we're getting used to the full implement now. So all we gotta do now is just do this and then see, this is gonna do really good. Yeah, there we go. This is gonna be a giant wheat field. I still don't know what I'm gonna put in that little field though. You know what? I'm getting annoyed, so I'm gonna start doing it like this. I think I can do a faster job like this. Alright, we're gonna knock this a little bit out here. I think our straw problem is officially no longer a problem anymore. we go. We used a lot of seed there. Like, holy crap. We used so much seed. Over 70% of the seed that was in here now. This thing full is 5,800 liters. And we used 1,000, we'll just say 30. So 1,770, somewhere around in there. Okay. Perfect. We got just enough silage. Alright, once it gets to about 160,000 liters, we need to stop this. And then we need to go check on everything else because we need to get that factory going. Well, I think our self-sustainability mission is, for now, or so it seems, accomplished. Oh shit. Okay. So 90,000 liters. That needs to get up to about 160,000. And I need to go dump that in the mixer. Alright, I gotta keep an eye on that because I need to get that number like right smack dab on the nose. This is the boring stuff that goes into having a cattle ranch. Math, calculation. We just got a really, really large field done, by the way. That should give us a fuck ton of wheat. Not just wheat, but it's also going to give us a lot of straw as well. Which, both of those things are kind of important. Wheat, straw, they go hand in hand. I'll set that there for now. And the other thing pumps so damn slow. Oh, we're almost there. Bam. Alright, that's good enough. And then whatever's left, we'll have as backup. Right, let's get our mixer up and running. When I said the mission was to get this factory or place self-sufficient, this is what I meant. The fuck? Hold on. So we just dump the silage in here. And this factory should take 160,000 liters, and then we need 80,000 liters of hay. I want to get the mixer full before I and all that's left is like 200 and something liters, which I'm gonna dump into this silo. Ain't much, but you know what? I'm gonna dump it in there anyway. Because I don't think I can put it back in the factory. Wait, never mind. Hold on. Wrong building. I'm sorry, y'all. So in the time it took us to do that, do we have enough hay now? Oh, so close. Alright, how about we just skip through a month and then we'll come back. Alright, we'll go ahead and save here. I almost calculated that 100% correct, but there's enough in this silo that I can take and so in total, like on tap, I need to be able to produce at any given time. Say 360,000 liters of grass. That is the exact number. Start dumping the hay in there. Okay, so we're getting the hay dumped in. We're about to start making some TMR. Alright. Alright, we're finally getting to a point where I can say we've almost concluded this mission. Yes, it took us 7 hours to do it. You know what I spent most of the time doing? I'll tell you what I spent most of the time doing. Clearing out trees to get a bigger field so I could grow more, grow more wheat, get more straw. Alright. So we'll just dump that in there. That should take about 80,000 liters. And then this factory will be completely full. I can turn it on. Yep, we're going to turn this production on. Oh, it's still dumping hay in. There we go. So now our TMR factory is up and running, which is great news. need to figure out how the cattle are doing. And they should be fine, but I'm gonna go check on them. Oh my god, I just ran the fucking weight over, bro. I really need to get some storage. Good news is this crop right here is gonna make us a absolute fuck ton of money when the time comes. Actually, no, because I might need to sell stuff there later. Yeah, but I need to go check on the cattle. So let me grab Grandpa's truck and then let's go see what the hell's going on. I spent a lot of money restoring Grandpa's truck, you know. Just look at that. Wow. Absolutely beautiful. Then I'm gonna get a grass field put here at some point. But how are the cattle doing? I could take like, I think it's up to 30,000. I haven't produced any milk. Oh, it's because I don't think you're old enough yet. Oh, look at the little cattle. I think they do that when they get to like 12 months. So now that that's done, one other thing I realized I need to do at some point is I'll need to build a pasture. So the cattle will be able to, okay, so they got plenty of food. Oh, they're producing slurry. Eventually I'm gonna need to get a slurry tank so I can empty that out, because that's their dookie. Oh yeah, I need to get a manure heap. That makes sense why I put that there. Eventually, they should start producing manure. And I believe once that happens, the manure should get sent directly into here, which in turn, at some point, should kind of help us, at least the thought process is kind of help us with you know, being self-sufficient and whatnot. But the cattle are doing fine. But we do need to build a cattle barn or something somewhere. Somewhere I can take cattle whenever they get too old and whatnot. And okay, however, this farm is doing really good though. Overall, I'm really happy with how the farm turned out and how everything's been running. I really cannot complain, like at all. This farm's been doing really good. We got a lot established here today. Got a much bigger wheat field than we did before. Still got a little forested area right there. Got this. I guess the next thing is let's go look at a cow pasture. I guess. See if there's even any room to put one anywhere. Alright, that's 15 grand. We need that anyways, because we can hold up to how many in that pasture, did it say? 7? What the fuck, dude? Like, there's no way that only holds 7, bro. Alright, we're gonna have to fix that. Let me move this truck. Because if not, it'll fucking collide with the damn thing, and that's just gonna aggravate the shit out of me. So, construction. Okay. Collides with another item. What are you talking about there, Dwight? Oh. Okay. This is gonna be way too expensive, but we do need a good sized cow pasture though, like we really do. Land not owned by you? What the fuck are you talking about, game? Okay, so there we go. Now we have a pasture. So I can take cows out of here and I can put them in a pasture. I can hold 36 of them there, which is fine. I guess that's, you know, reasonable. What do you mean 0 liters of fucking meadow, bro? Like, food, like in the pasture, you can give them just about anything for food. Like what my thing is gonna be this. Once I start sending cows to the pasture, like I'll probably have a couple out here at some point. This is gonna be specifically for when I take them off to go and sell them. So this is the. They're gone. Why you never coming back? Uh, oh, because they gotta be weird and shit. I see. Hmm. Alright, we built us the cow pasture, so that'll be for later on. I think we've pretty much got everything we need to keep this place running now. We just. If I'm being honest, we need to clean it up a little bit. Like, this is gonna be, like, still my, like, production area, but. Concrete. Yeah, I'm trying to clean up my yard a little bit. It's kind of meh, you know what I mean? Okay. So let's see. Sheds. Overlaps with another object. How? Please don't tell me there's still stumps in the fucking ground somewhere over here. There is. There's fucking stumps in the ground. Okay. So construction, is there any way I can get like 2 of these over here? If I can, that would be fucking awesome. Almost perfectly lined up. That's okay. That ain't gonna be perfect. I just need to get all of the equipment off of the yard and into these sheds because I think I need to soften this a little bit. So I guess we're going to landscaping. It's gonna be the entrance and the freaking exit right there, so like it needs to be softened out. Okay, so I guess I can't quite soften that terrain, but I can soften these. I guess not. Huh. That's weird, it's not letting me do it anymore. Whatever. The point is we finally somewhat have a proper storage area for our equipment instead of this mess. I'm also gonna clean up this yard. Let's see, what am I gonna fucking do with the main yard area? I think I'm gonna do gravel. Oh, I almost fucked up. Careful. We gotta make this look a little bit better because this is just. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, in my personal opinion, this is hideous. And it's been something I've kind of like put on the back burner since I've had the place. Because my main focus was really just making it run and work good more than it was making it look good. I could give a fuck how a yard looks if it functions well. You know, like it could be one of the sloppiest yards known to man. If it functions good, it doesn't fucking matter to me. definitely gonna replace all of this with gravel. It's time to clean up this mess a little bit. I need to level out that or soften this part of the terrain. Like, I really do. That already looks a million times better. That's crazy how just that alone is what can make or break the way your yard looks. Alright, so we're gonna do gravel out here too. And then it's gonna like meet up with the asphalt. I'm gonna try to keep this as smooth as I can keep it. Alright. Oh yeah, my OCD is taking over, can you tell? So that's the property line right there. Yeah. I do like a little bit of symmetry in my yard. You know? Okay, let's do something about these fucking craters. So, we're not gonna really do a whole lot, but we are gonna soften up the terrain for the most part. So, like, anywhere I find, like, little divots and stuff like that. Oh, God.
There we go. Again, not perfect, but miles ahead of where it was. And honestly, that's all I can ask for. Let's see, we got us a cow pasture over here. I think. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do something like it because this ground in here is just, to me, is so ugly. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I'm trying so hard not to, like, nick my crops, even though I'm just fucking doing it. I mean, if I lose a little bit in the process, that's one thing. But I want to get rid of some of this forest ground. Because, like, we have way more crops than we need in terms of wheat right now and straw. So if I trim a little off the top, it's not going to be a big problem. I just, it's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, if I can avoid doing it, I will avoid doing it. But if I can't, then, so fucking be it. But yeah, I'm gonna fix this little forest area as much as I can. I have some funds to play with, why not? Also, I want to dig out a little bit in this with the tree vegan and the tractor, and I want to build my house. Now that this is pretty much established, like the yard itself is pretty much established. Um, there we go. I need to get somewhere to put my house. And I think where I'm going to put it is going to be right here in this little forest. Like somewhere smack dab in the center, if I can. But in order to do that, I wanted to get rid of that ugly ass ground that was there. Because, like, I don't know, it's just my personal opinion. It just, to me, looks hideous. And, like, I'm really digging it. See, that right there already looks a million times better. So where am I gonna put my house though? That's the question. Because I'm gonna need to clear out like a space in here somewhere. So I wanna use a different thing and then just kinda, and I'll figure out what to do. I'm gonna do that to mark where I'm gonna put it. There we go. Yeah, that's a good spot. Look out on the outside. I'm trying to see it a little bit from the back, but the front. Okay. We're getting ourselves a proper house. Listen, grandfather's trailer has served us well, but it's time, okay? We've put in a lot of work into this place. Actually, hold up, I need to see something. Wait, I can just check it like this. We need to save anyway, so I'll let the auto save.
Do it. Oh wow, we already got 3,600 liters of TMR. We're doing really good on that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's still that rough spot right there, but yeah, this looks so much better, dude. There's still some grass growing around this. Oh my god. Oh. Oh god, get it out of here. It's hideous. Get it out. Alright, so what was it? No, I used gravel for this. Okay, so I need to try my hardest. Hold on. Yeah, I got in the field a little. I need it to be a circle. Alright, we're gonna move the dog house. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's something I didn't think about. Oh no. Well, I guess we're gonna get rid of that, and then I need to go back to this. We have a somewhat nice and open ish compound. It doesn't look as crappy as they did before. So this is gonna be like the work area and whatnot. Alright, hold on. Alright. Oh, Lord have mercy. I was gonna soften this whole little section right here. Maybe I can move that somewhere else at some point, or get an actual workshop and put that down. I'll worry about that later, but for now, let's go figure out where we're gonna put our house. Okay. So obviously we're gonna have to clear out trees, but I need to figure out... Okay, so I want some of the trees to remain. I kinda want this to be like a house tucked away in a forest kind of thing. Why do I want it to be a house tucked away in the forest? Shade! Shade. So you don't step outside and immediately get grilled? You know, that would be nice. So, like I said, there's some trees I'm gonna keep, some that I'm not. I want to keep... it's a dead word, but like... I don't know, I think I might keep it. I'll chop this one down. And down here in the south, man, like Like you gotta keep in mind that you need some shade where you live. It'd be grilling you. I'm gonna go ahead and annihilate the. Nah. Hold on. Just give me a minute. I gotta figure this shit out. I'm gonna take this tree down. Alright, let me back this thing off into the woods somewhere and see if I can put down the house I want to put down. Probably not, but wait, I need to make sure I'm standing over here too. If I gotta move some more stuff, I mean I can, that's not a problem. Um, You know, I know I don't have enough money. I just wanted to look at the structure and see what it looked like. It's another one of those freaking fake houses. So is that one. I think we're gonna go with the A-frame cabin. And we still need to clear out some stuff for this to fit. So that tree right there needs to go, probably those little trees right there. And then it should fit somewhere kind of like right in here. Then I should be able to clear out a couple more in the front right there. Okay, alright. Yeah, this is a deadwood tree. It can fucking go. So can that fucking ISO right there. That's a dead tree. I believe it was an American elm. I think this is too. No, it's not. It's a different country. It looks like an American elm, but it's not. Okay. Chop that up. I'm gonna cut this little tree right here too. So, you want dead trees in here? Doesn't look like it. Buckbow pine. Those are pine trees. Looks like the rest of these trees are pretty solid. Alright. Okay, so let's stand here and let's see if we can't get this to work now. Oh, actually, yes, we can. I'd like it to be turned. Hold on, let me zoom out. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's one thing I didn't think about. It's okay, it's fixable, but okay, so pretty much these trees right here I want to wipe out. So this tree, and that tree, I want gone. Um, I could probably just park my vehicle right here, like surround the yard by a little bit of gravel. Yeah, we went from farming to home improvement. Like, we got it, man. Like, we done worked this damn hard, got all this shit moving and working and doing all this shit. Like, and it's time for a little bit of a reward. I'm gonna go ahead and just wipe out this massive little. Strategic deforestation is what I'm calling this. Oh yeah, I just realized something. In order for me to smooth this out, these two trees right here are probably gonna have to go. So I guess I better. Oh, that sucks. That was some shade right there in the front yard. I really did not want to do that. I could probably replace the tree later, you know? Like, I can figure out where I want to put in the trees later, so it's not that big of a deal, but it is kind of a big deal for me because I wanted that tree to be there. Why does this have to be difficult, man? Raise this fucker up. So your tree, you are gonna go bye-bye one way or another. Alright, we're not doing this. There we go. We got it. Yeah, I think that right there is an American elm. Am I correct? No, it looks so much like an American elm tree. Okay, so we're gonna have like a little driveway coming out here. I need to soften the ground a little bit on this. Also, I need to get my character the fuck out of the way so I can work. Hold on. mercy, dude. Why is this so stressful? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do this because I feel like if I don't, it's just gonna irritate the crap out of me. And I'm already kind of annoyed, so um just go ahead and level a bunch of ground right here. Do some landscaping. And then once I scoot it back, it'll kind of be in a sense right where I want it. And then I should be able to just smooth this out right over here, relatively speaking. And then all should be well. I didn't think about that in the beginning, but I suppose. Alright, I can't really do much about that little divot right there. But this right here, I can actually soften it now. And it won't fucking look weird and drive me insane. I don't know why it still elevated the fucking terrain, dude. That makes no... Whatever. See, this is why I don't fuck with stuff like this, like, ever. Oh yeah, see, that looks like 10 times better already, dude. There we go, that's the best I can do. Okay, so around the yard, so now that that's done, I can paint essentially around the house. I was not trying to use concrete. God damn it. No, we just got all that out of there. Hold on. I'm just trying something new here. Also, I need to... Oh my god. Oh, that is driving me nuts. Nope. Just stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. It's hideous. Okay, so I have an idea for what I want to do with this. Okay, so a little bit around the house. I want gravel. Gravel, like, in my personal opinion, just overall kind of, like, looks better. It's not just that, like... I also live on a house that's on gravel IRL, so I'm kind of partial to gravel. Honestly, it's cheap and it's effective. It does the job. It helps keep a dirt road from becoming a fucking mud road. So this little bit right out here, I'm gonna kind of... that's also a dead wood tree, so that's perfect. I'm gonna do something right quick, just a little bit on this back part. Like I said, my OCD is kicking in. What y'all are watching is me OCDing. Like, in my mind, when I do something, it has to be perfect or damn near, or I'm gonna go insane. Like, I will literally have a whole ass fucking come apart. Oh my gosh, there we go. Alright, so we're gonna get rid of the deadwood tree right there. And then, let's see what we got. There's grass underneath the house. I'll fix that. That's not a problem. It's as simple as this. That simple. There we go. Why is this all 9 times of rough like that, though? Oh, I need to clear out that tree. It's a dead wood, so... That's what I wonder, right? Okay, so... I know this is probably never going to be perfect, but... I want to have some kind of, like, parking area for my car. Or my truck, should I say. Quote, Grandpa's truck. That, you know, I got from Grandpa, so... I've been keeping that thing alive since this farm began. Why is that thing so damn giant, bro? Like, I need something kind of like that, but smaller. I don't think I'm gonna have the options I'm looking for here. Fuck. Give me a minute. Hold on. I just want you to get a look at this. No, that's not at all what I'm looking for. I mean, that's kind of there, but... How is it overlapping, dude? Like, that is so annoying. Overlapping with what, a fucking house? It does kind of look like Dookie, anyway. So I'm gonna have to wipe out a couple more trees. I really just... I wanted to commit the mass herbicide. I wanted to not commit the mass herbicide anymore, you know? Like, I'm trying to be a better man. Game, why can't you let me be a better man? Okay, you know what, Tree? I'm sorry, but you're annoying and you gotta go. Alright, so construction. Again, what's the point? Hold on. I don't have many choices for this. So that's way too fucking massive. That is too. Oh. I should let you customize it a little. Oh, there we go. I can find exactly what I was looking for. Okay. Okay. Oh, Lord. There we go. See, too big for what I needed for. Where the fuck was that one at? There it was. So I got just fine. Please, for the love of God, be at the same height. It is. Okay. Alright. Alright, that is a little bit lower, but I'm happy with that. Look, no one ever accused me of being a professional at this, okay? See, look at this. At around 10 in the morning. Wait, what direction? Wish I had a fucking compass. Alright, let me go get my not farm truck, my pickup. I'm gonna take it to its new home. It's a very new forever home. This is it. Yep. Grandpa's old rig finally has its own shop. It kind of goes with the aesthetic of the cabin a little bit. Just a cabin out in the woods. Yep. Look, when we sleep right here, we can also keep an eye on the wheat. And then looking out this window, or yeah, coming out this way, no, we really can't see the grass field like that. I mean, we kind of can, but okay. Alright, so that's that. Um, oh, that really bothers me. Hold on. Yeah, some of the terrain around the house looks a little rough, but can't make everything perfect. Um, okay. One last thing I'm gonna do is get gravel. Alright. Hold on. Damn, it's already 6:30 in the morning. I didn't realize that shit. Holy fuck. Okay. There we go. Alright, I think that's... I think we're gonna call that good enough. Except for that one bit right there. I'm gonna try to improve that. There we go. This is our new home. Our new house of residence. Let's go get all of our equipment put up, and then I'm gonna end this. Because I didn't realize I was gone for that long. Alright. So I have a plan here for doing all this, right? Okay, so I'm gonna drop that there. Alright, I need to go get this. Okay. Alright, so let's swap rigs. Start engine. Alright. This needs to be parked in the front because I need to be able to easily get it out of here if need be. Alright, so I'm gonna go and take this thing. We're gonna get this yard situated because, like I said, right now it's currently a fucking mess. And that's not good for either parties. go get the other implement for foraging. I mean, we should have enough room to put all this stuff away. Hold on. Actually, let me go this way like this. Wait a minute. Should be able to pull out of there with these. I'll go ahead and just kind of pull this thing in here. Because I don't want to get in the way of that thing. Turn this tractor off. Yeah, that's another thing we need to get in there actually. We're going to fold the header, we need to hook it up to the back, and then we got to pull in here somehow. Yeah. It's not parked in there 100% straight, but there's not really any room for it. But if we can get this yard cleaned up, it'd be fucking awesome. There we go. Yep. Getting everything put up. Finally, this yard is starting to look cleaner. Give me a minute to sort this shit out, yo. There we go. Just trying to get all the implements put in here. All the implements and tractors and equipment and stuff. Last piece of equipment, this old tractor. This thing's not very fast. It's actually kind of slow. I think it's everything. Yeah, everything is in the shed. Perfect. Everything is literally in the shed now, well, kind of. This is the easiest way I could tuck the stuff in and then still make it to where I could pull the implements out if I needed them and the tractors and whatnot. It wouldn't be complicated. We still don't have a milk container thing yet, but we're going to be getting that at some point. For now, this is what we have. So, I think that's enough working for the day. Got ourselves a new home and a new place. And a really nice one at that, too. Worth every bit of money. Let's go to sleep. It's not really anything to do around the farm, so. We got a lot of that going on. Alright. So we're gonna keep that running. This does not have anything anymore. We'll turn that off. We got 99,000 liters of hay, 100 and something thousand liters of silage, and these are still running very, very well. I'd say that's a fucking victory, dude. Let's go see. How is the grass field doing? Man, it's crazy to think about it. God dang it, no! What the fuck, dude? No! Fucking bitch ass. Wow, it won't let me take a damn screenshot now. But that's fine. I wasn't playing online with this anyway. Man, look at that. The yard looks a little bit better. It's still kind of rough, but you know, it's a much better looking yard than it was when we first got here and we first, you know, got to this building. So I would say that is a win. Uh, Just want to soften this terrain right here a little bit. Well, a lot of this terrain actually needs to be softened. So many rough spots in it. This whole fucking area needs to be softened up a little bit. Just a little, not a lot. Yep. We succeeded on our mission though. Our mission was accomplished. I'm just making the yard look pretty now. This is the yard. Later on, I can move some stuff around, maybe make it look a little bit neater. Probably move that factory over there. Maybe move that back. Just stuff like that. But why is there still a patch of grass here? I don't know, but I don't like it. Therefore, it must go. I'm not owned by you. Yeah, but you don't own these nuts. But again, as I've stated before, like, kind of goes without saying. Look at that, just like I said, it's not perfect, but it's better. It's better than it was. Like, we came so far with this property. It's crazy to think about it. Where we started from versus where we're at, it's almost unbelievable. Actually, let me do something real quick. Oh, the chainsaw is part of the speed of light thing, so I guess we'll just equip it and hurry up and run over here. We're actually doing really good. Still no milk yet. How old are they? They're about to be. I should have gotten Holstein cows. I just realized that I should have gotten Holstein cows. I didn't get Holstein cattle. It doesn't matter. Eventually I'm gonna sell these ones off and we'll make hella bank, so it's not gonna matter. Alright guys, I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna quit. I'm getting off. With that being said guys, that's all I got for y'all for this episode of the Homestead Cattle Ranch that I inherited, which was abandoned, well, not technically abandoned. My grandfather, he built this place. He gave it to me when he passed away, so I'm just trying to make his dream come to life, and so far I'm doing it. I'm definitely excited to get back on here again and, you know, continue working on this because it's going so well. Everything's like all the gears are just interlocking perfectly. Just the teeth are just aligning right, and everything's starting to get going. But with that being said, y'all, I'm gonna get off here. That's all I got for you. Y'all stay up, stay blessed, be positive, and kick misery in the throat of man. Peace.